Hello, everyone. Welcome to your October monthly horoscopes. You can easily skip to your rising sign using the chapters in the description below. But if you don't know your rising sign, there is also a link in the description below where you can easily enter your information and get your ascendant or rising sign so that you're listening to that first on this podcast. Feel free to listen to your sun and even your moon, but as always, this is not conclusive. I am not going over every single transit, and it is certainly not being overlapped with your natal chart, which is very important. So please take what resonates and leave the rest. Anyways, let's dive into October. Hello, Aries Risings. So on October 6th, we have Mercury entering your Scorpio 8th house of transformational work, transformation, also sort of those long-term financial themes. So investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, if applicable. So Mercury entering Scorpio could be also merging financial themes or transformational work themes regarding your health and or work, because Mercury rules this sixth house of daily work and health routines. So some of you might be looking at transformational work, transformational decisions, resources, financial themes regarding a health situation, investing in your health, dealing with a health situation. Or this could be work related. So side businesses, work projects, etc., etc. Mercury also rules your Gemini third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, transportation, technology. So whether it's personal or professional regarding communication, technology, transportation themes, some of you could be looking at sort of finances or transformational work regarding communication, exchanging information that might be playing into that. So Mercury and Scorpio could provide for Aries Rising, some depth to navigating information, exchanging information to any communication that might be going on right now. So some of you might be seeking information, conversing with people, sort of gathering your thoughts or information regarding a financial situation or transformational work that could also be playing into something to do with work or health. Now, also on the 6th, this full moon will be culminating your first house of the self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world. So again, this, for some of you, if it's health or work related, some of you might also be really trying to culminate something around you, maybe being in the spotlight, how you want to take independent action, physical body, how you want to show up in the world. So this full moon is actually connected to the new moon solar eclipse that happened here in your first house on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to the end of March, beginning of April. What new intentions, what new plans, what was being initiated for some of you back around the end of March, beginning of April that could really be culminating themes regarding you being seen, physical body, how you want to show up in the world, that could also be playing into something going on in the background here with this Mercury-Mars situation, because Mars rules this full moon here in your first house of the self. So there's definitely interesting connections to you, the physical body, regarding transformational work, financial themes, resources that might be playing into a health situation or a work situation for some of you. Now, moving on to October 13th, we have Venus entering your Libra 7th house of personal and professional partnership. Now, the good news here is that Venus is in rulership here. So by essential dignity, very comfortable, good amount of strength, good amount of resources. And what's interesting is that as Venus enters this area of partnership, Venus will start to immediately form a grand trine with Pluto up here in your 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals, so your social network and goals, and Uranus down here in your 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, etc. So this is a grand trine in air signs. So this is very mental. This is very mental and intellectual. where grand trines tend to create a lot of flow, a lot of things happening. And so there could be some strength or resources regarding the people you want to attract in your life. So the connections you want to make, or any current long-term personal or professional partnership where there can be a lot of innovative conversation, exchanging information, maybe some ideas regarding how you want to transform and empower your social network and your long-term goals this year, where Venus rules the second house of earned income and self-worth. So whatever could be really stimulated around this time, it could have an undercurrent or theme of finances playing into it. So some of you might be looking at personal and professional partnerships, social network, goals, communication, exchanging information, and maybe that's playing into figuring out, a financial situation, or maybe it's stimulating financial opportunities. If it's not financial opportunities, it could be opportunities to really stimulate your self-worth, your value, your talents, innate gifts and talents. And this is, I think, it's subtle, but I want to point it out because I think it could be playing into something that's going to happen in February of 2026, because this Venus entering this Libra 7th house, forming this grand trine, is going to also oppose Neptune retrograde in your first house at 0 degrees. So this is actually forming a kite formation. So if you were to draw, a grand trine, a big triangle, and then the line across here, it would literally look like a kite. And so this Neptune here is the apex planet, and it's channeling a lot of this energy going on here, and which is interesting because Neptune can be a little illusionary. However, Neptune's retrograde. And when Neptune's retrograde, generally speaking, it's sort of lifting the veil. It's less likely to be illusionary. And so whatever's being stimulated around this time that could have strong financial or self-worth themes playing a part in this Neptune could be shifting your perspective on yourselves, how you want to show up in the world, anything to do with your physical body, how you want to take independent action. So this grand trine could really be stimulating something that maybe provides different realities or different perspectives that is helping you sort of maybe shift something or shift a perspective around yourselves, your individual needs, your identity, how you want to show up in the world, that come February of 2026, this Saturn and Neptune are actually going to join here at 0 degrees in your first house. So I think this could be playing into what you're maybe going to kick off in early 2026 around really dissolving anything that's no longer serving you, serving your physical body, how you want to show up in the world, what you want to take independent action towards, and sort of restructuring how you want to go after the things that bring you fulfillment, which could include career, business, public recognition themes, as well as how you want to restructure and sort of support the social network and the long-term goals, with Saturn ruling that area come February 2026. But I think this grand trine is really interesting because I think it's going to stimulate a lot between your social network, your long-term goals, personal and professional partnership themes, as well as communication, exchanging information. That's helping you sort of build more clues around perspectives or realities around your individual needs, your physical body, your identity, and how you want to show up in the world. So definitely see what comes up for some of you around this time, because it could be part of sort of putting the puzzle pieces together come February 2026. So as we get closer to roughly around, I'd say around October 18th, but October 17th, Mercury is going to be applying to this Mars in rulership in your 8th house. So this Mercury Mars is going to be joining here around October 18th. I like to focus a little bit more on the applying aspects because that's when we generally, in my opinion, can feel it the most. But around October 18th, this is when Mercury is going to be really pushing up and applying to this Mars here. Now, Mars is in rulership, so this is Mars home. So Mercury is actually reporting to Mars. But this is where Mars, ruling your 8th house of transformation, long-term financial themes, so investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources if applicable, as well as Mars ruling your 1st house of the self, the physical body, is going to also merge with Mercury and Mercury-ruled areas. So when it comes to your individual needs, your physical body, how you want to show up in the world, as well as Mercury ruling the 6th house of daily work and health routines, as well as the 3rd house of communication and exchanging information. So this is really merging communication, exchanging information, health, work, physical body, self, how you want to show up in the world. In this area of transformation, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, etc. So this is really merging a lot regarding you, your health, work, communication, and how that is sort of coming together and playing out in the arena of financial themes or transformational work. What I want to point out about this is that it is going to trine this North Node in your Pisces 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, sleep, solitude, behind the scenes, more of sort of that hidden house. And so whatever's going on regarding a health situation, a work situation that you're financially trying to figure out, or you're doing transformational work to sort of sort out, it could really come together in this 8th house and trine. It's dissolving obstacles to this North Node, what you want to move towards, what you're focused on. So focusing on the subconscious thought patterns, focusing on things going on behind the scenes. So this could really be something that happens behind the scenes for a lot of Aries risings as you get deeper into October, where it could really dissolve obstacles around what you're working on, what you're trying to transform in your lives, what you're working on financially, and how maybe some of you are really increasing that and working on it behind the scenes, or maybe focusing on subconscious thought patterns, your overall vision around it, that some of you may really not be sharing with the world. Again, this is the 12th house, so it's really just kind of to yourselves or behind the scenes. Then on October 21st, let's scooch this along. So October 21st, we have a new moon in Libra at 28 degrees. So this new moon in Libra is a potential opportunity to plant new seeds, new opportunities, new chapters regarding personal and or professional partnerships that could really cultivate or sort of unfold over the next 5 or 6 months. What I like about this new moon here is the ruler of this new moon is Venus, and Venus will also be in rulership here. So I think where some of you may be planting the seeds or setting the new intention, chapter, opportunity regarding personal and or professional partnerships, the ruler of it having strength, having resources, really how this new moon is literally reporting to its landlord in its own home, I think is very helpful. So I think the conditions of the new chapter, planting new seeds around the connections you want to attract, the connections that really are in alignment to where you're going, or the projects, the plans, whatever you want to sort of cultivate within any long-term personal or professional partnership over the coming months. I think the conditions of this is fairly decent. Now on October 22nd, the following day, Neptune is going to retrograde back into that Pisces 12th house. Now, this is nothing new. We've been dealing with Neptune throughout your Pisces 12th house for many years now. But Neptune is it's wrapping up the story of the area of the subconscious thought patterns. What's been going on for really many years at this point regarding your subconscious thought patterns, your sleep, your solitude, your mental health. How can some of you think of this as sort of where you can tie up loose ends, where you can sort of shift new realities around your mental thought patterns, your vision, how that can affect your health, your work, and vice versa. So this Neptune retrograding back into this 12th house is really sort of the last hurrah of and it's retrograde. So some of you could really start to see a new perspective mentally. Some of you might start to see like the lifting of the veil or sort of this less illusionary effect around your thought patterns, your dreams, sort of where you're meditating, what's going on mentally behind closed doors. That come early 2026, Neptune is going to make its final ingress out of this 12th house and really start to shift into this first house. But again, Aries risings, you're going to get last few more months of that Neptunian sort of dissolving effect, especially with Saturn. So that last couple months of maybe dissolving any structural system sort of thought patterns that don't really serve your mental thought patterns, your sleep, your solitude. So this could just be like the last couple months wrapping that up. Now, I want to wrap up the month on October 29th when Mercury enters your Sagittarius 9th house of growth and potential. So what do I mean by growth and potential? This could be themes regarding publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, truth, religion, higher knowledge, continuing education, really anything that you consider growth and potential that for some of you could be career, business, public recognition related, But I think we're ending October on a very stimulating note because this Mercury is in detriment. And to me, that's just a big scary word for a planet that's overworking, it's overexerting itself. And again, this Mercury rules your 6th house of daily work and health routine. So some of you might really be overworking and overexerting yourselves to sort of seek the growth, the potential, the knowledge, whatever it may be around a health situation. Or some of you may really start to overexert or overfocus on the growth and potential around a work situation that you really want to sort of really stimulate and like bring into fruition, basically. So this could stimulate an array of things that could be work or health related, where some of you are really seeking sort of additional knowledge or the growth and potential around those themes. Now, Mercury also rules this Gemini 3rd house area. So some of you could be, the 9th and the 3rd are travel houses. So some of you could be traveling, really learning a lot, you could literally be overexerting yourselves looking into travel, knowledge, spirituality, publishing, teaching. Just there could be a lot going on in sort of those growth and potential themes that could be also connecting your own communication, exchanging information, maybe having to take care of things in your immediate everyday lives while also trying to really focus on the bigger picture at the same time, where this Mercury is going to be opposite Uranus. Now, Mercury and Uranus remind me of the nervous system. So the oppositions can be really tough in general because you feel torn. You feel like you want to be in two different places at once. And so this could really sort of create this tug of war around your ideals or where you're sort of really wanting to focus on the growth and potential versus having to maybe innovate or change something within your immediate everyday environment. So there could be innovation going on to relationships with siblings, extended family, innovation to communication, personal or professional, short distance travel, appointments, errands, things that you do in your neighborhood, your everyday community. So there could be innovation and change to any of those themes that is creating some challenge with where you want to focus around the growth and potential. So some of you might be wanting to just really focus on the bigger picture and, the knowledge and the travel and the spirituality, etc. But there could be things that you may need to be taken care of sort of in your everyday, communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. But generally speaking, the Mercury-Uranus oppositions, especially with Mercury in detriment, can be highly stimulating, a very stimulating time. And Mercury is also in shadow. So basically, Mercury is going over the degrees that Mercury is going to retrograde back over. So whatever gets really stimulated around this time, or especially with the Uranus opposition here, I would take note of it if anything really comes up. And because once Mercury retrogrades back to this point, it's going to oppose Uranus again. So Mercury is going to return here, I believe, around November 18th, where, again, it's going to oppose Uranus again. So take note on what comes up now or around this time, because you could be likely revisiting it with an entirely new perspective when Mercury returns to this territory here. So definitely stay tuned for that in November, but don't forget to sort of jot that down or take a mental note of that, especially with the opposition to Uranus, where there could be a lot going on between the 9th and 3rd house themes. So travel, communication, exchanging information, the spirituality, the publishing, the teaching. You could have a lot going on for some of you that just be open to reviewing, revising it, perfecting it, whatever comes up. Or Mercury ruling the 6th house of daily work and or health routines could also be helping you sort of revise something with work, revise something with health or routines to really set yourselves up for success going into 2026 when eventually that Mercury goes direct and back over this area. So stay tuned for that. Hello, Taurus Risings. So I'm going to kick off the month on October 6th when Mercury enters your 7th house of personal and professional partnership. Now, Mercury rules your 2nd house, your Gemini 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. And it also rules your Virgo 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable to you. So when Mercury enters Scorpio, this could be integrating financial themes, self-worth, creativity, self-expression, romance, or children, if applicable to you, in the area of partnership, personal or professional. So some of you, it might be, maybe creative projects or self-expression with professional partnerships or financial themes regarding any of these partnerships. Or some of you could be self-worth and your self-expression regarding, what Mercury is maybe communicating or bringing up over the next couple weeks in the area of personal and professional partnerships. Now, when Mercury enters this 7th house of yours, we have this full moon culminating in your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, dreams, solitude, behind the scenes. So definitely pay attention to what's going on mentally, any dreams, meditation, solitude, anything that's going on that you don't typically publicly advertise with the world. So this could definitely be something culminating or coming to fruition that's really behind the scenes. And this full moon is connected to the new moon solar eclipse that happened on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might actually be able to think back to the end of March, beginning of April in 2025 this year, where something was maybe a vision, something was being initiated, something was being, initiated behind the scenes even, that now is really coming to fruition or is being illuminated around this time. So this full moon is ruled by Mars, and Mars is also in this 7th house of personal and professional partnership. The good news is that Mars is in rulership here. And so a Mars in Scorpio, I think, is really good at being accurate and precise with the plan of action, the desire, the motivation. So whatever's culminating mentally, your mental thought patterns, maybe something behind the scenes, it could be playing into your ability to maybe now see the plan of action in a more precise, accurate way. Or maybe it's playing into something regarding the area of partnership, personal or professional, where you're able to more accurately or precisely see what is being culminated or the plan of action, or what is it that you want to do. Or maybe for some of you, it's the personal or professional partnerships you want to attract in your lives and how you're going to take action towards that. But all in all, I think it's important to pay attention to what may be going on behind the scenes that could really be culminating and simultaneously playing out in any long-term personal or professional partnerships, or providing you perspective on how you want to connect with others in the coming months. So moving along to October 13th, we have Venus entering your Libra 6th house of daily work and health routines. So Venus is entering rulership here, which is a good thing. And Venus is very comfortable here, has got a good amount of resources, good amount of strength. But what I like about this for Taurus risings in particular is that when Venus enters your Libra 6th house of daily work and health routines, Venus is going to immediately start to form a grand trine with Pluto in your 10th house of career and public recognition, and Uranus in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this grand trine is in air, so it's very mental, it's very intellectual. So there could be a lot that's being stimulated mentally or sort of unfolding and flowing between work or health, as well as your overall career, what brings you fulfillment, and financial themes. So there could be a lot of intellectual ideas or stimulation or flow around the work you want to do, the health and vitality you want to feel, what feels fulfilling, career themes, as well as how finances could potentially be integrated within that. But with Uranus, how finances can be innovated with these ideas or what could be unfolding around this time. Why I think this grand trine is important is because it's actually forming a kite formation. So if you're watching, there's a triangle, big triangle, grand trine between Venus, Pluto, and Uranus. And then Venus is opposing Neptune at 0 degrees in your Aries 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, behind the scenes, etc. So Neptune is actually the apex planet in that kite configuration. And that's kind of interesting because Neptune is quite illusionary. However, Neptune is retrograde. So when Neptune's retrograde, generally speaking, it can be less illusionary. And it's sort of when the veil gets lifted. We see a new reality or a new perspective. So whatever is being stimulated or sort of unfolding around work, just general work and health routines, and how that's playing into any transformation and empowerment you are looking towards or looking for regarding the things that bring you fulfillment or career themes, as well as any innovation or change to the area of finances or self-worth. Neptune at the apex is, I think, potentially preparing us for how we want to take what's unfolding right now and how that's playing into the new perspective or new reality. And for you, this is taking place sort of behind the scenes. So some of you might see things externally sort of playing out or happening with career, work, health, routines, finances, self-worth. But behind the scenes, it might be sort of shifting your perspective mentally, or maybe it's shifting your perspective or overall reality around your visions, sort of your overall thought patterns, and how this might be setting the stage for when Neptune returns back to this 0 degree mark in February of 2026 with Saturn. So it could be sort of that like very subtle preparatory period for what Saturn and Neptune are going to sort of dissolve and restructure in terms of releasing what's no longer serving you regarding career, what feels fulfilling, growth and potential, because those are Saturn ruled areas in your chart, and how that can ultimately not only shift your perspective, but help dissolve sort of those outdated patterns and structures that really no longer support you behind the scenes, but also sort of what's going on behind the scenes and how that plays into your overall approach to your career, your public recognition, what brings you fulfillment, your growth and potential. So I think right now with this grand trine with Venus, Pluto, and Uranus, with Venus opposing this Neptune that's going to return back to this point in February of 2026, could be a very stimulating time where there's a lot of ideas. There could be a lot of even stimulation around, intellectual stimulation and ideas regarding finances, career, work, health, routines that could be setting the stage to shift your perspective, that's actually preparing you for what you really want to change structurally come early 2026. Then when we get I just jumbled my words there. Then when we get to roughly around October 18th, but I like to focus more on the applying aspects. I think that's when most people feel it the most. So, October 16th, 17th, but roughly around the 18th or leading up to the 18th, we have Mercury applying to Mars, applying for a conjunction with Mars in your 7th house of personal and professional partnership. So I think this is where things could really start to merge or come together in the area of your connections with others, your personal and professional partnerships. But Mars is very well resourced here in order to maybe deal with the plan of action regarding, the connections you want to make or the connections you have. But Mercury rules, again, this 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So for some of you, this could involve sort of communication regarding a plan of action with family planning, children, if that's applicable to you. Don't freak out if you don't have children, you don't want children. But with Mercury also ruling this 5th house, where creativity, self-expression, the things that bring you joy, some of you might actually be communicating or creating more desire, motivation, and action to creating more joy, more self-expression, more romance in your current partnerships, or really getting clear on that plan of action, motivation, and desire around the connections you want to make that feel more joyful and self-expressive to you. And with Mercury also ruling this Gemini 2nd house of earned income and self-worth, other possibilities that are on the table with this is definitely financial conversations, financial plan of action, especially in personal, professional partnerships that are currently in your lives. Then when we get to October 21st, we have this new moon that takes place in your 6th house of daily work and health routines. So this new moon is generally a great opportunity to set new intentions, plant new seeds, new chapters, new opportunities around work and or health routines, side work, colleagues, coworkers even, that you really want to cultivate over the coming months. What I really like about this new moon is that the ruler of this new moon and the ruler of this house is Venus, and Venus is home here. So Venus has the resources, the strength to, I think, help us set these intentions and set this new chapter around anything playing out with work and or health themes. The following day, on October 22nd, we have Neptune retrograding back into your Pisces 11th house of friends, groups, communities, so really your social network and your long-term goals. This is really nothing new. You've had a very long journey at this point with Neptune going through your Pisces 11th, but this is Neptune sort of last hurrah. This is Neptune sort of wrapping up loose threads, tying up whatever needs to be sort of completed here. But again, Neptune will be sort of retrograding and pushing back up on this Saturn here. So this could be sort of wrapping up the story around anything you want to change, anything you want to sort of dissolve, any last minute outdated patterns, structures with how you move towards your long-term goals, anything you want to change around long-term goals, dreams, aspirations, your social network over the coming months after Saturn and Neptune make its final ingress into your Aries 12th house and don't return back to this Pisces 11th house for a very, very long time. And so this is really just I think a last minute wrap up of sort of maybe shifting or gaining new perspectives around, how you relate with others, friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. And with Saturn hanging out around there, Saturn ruling your 10th house of career and public recognition, some of you might be shifting your overall approach or system and structures towards how you go towards what brings you fulfillment, those career, business, public recognition themes. So if that resonates, I'd focus a little bit on that and see if there's any last minute things that you sort of structurally want to change around what you really want to commit to or create longevity around regarding dreams, aspirations, long-term goals. Then I want to wrap up the month on October 29th when Mercury enters Sagittarius. So Mercury is going to enter your Sagittarius 8th house. And the 8th house is transformational work and generally sort of those long-term financial themes, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources, if applicable. So I think for Taurus risings, this has the potential to really highlight financial themes because Mercury rules your Gemini 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this could really be highlighting financial themes or transformational work and how it's playing into any 5th house themes with Mercury also ruling this Virgo 5th house area. So this could bring up creative projects, children if applicable, really the things that bring you joy, heart's desire, and sort of where finances, transformational work, self-worth maybe are playing into this as you're sort of starting to close out 2025. Now with Mercury in detriment, Mercury could really be overexerting itself. It could be overworking and potentially even hyper-focused on those 8th house themes of transformation and sort of those financial themes and resources as well, and how it may be playing into your own earned income, your own material possessions, self-worth, and sort of balancing these financial houses. Why I bring this up is because Mercury will immediately oppose Uranus in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this adds additional layers of stimulation because Uranus really likes to innovate and change. And oppositions can be challenging because it might feel like you want to be in two places at once. And for you Taurus risings, this could be through the transformational work or financial situation where maybe some of you are getting really ahead of yourselves or you're trying to figure out something that you can't figure out at this very moment. Whatever it may be, financially or through transformational work or resources, this could be a very, very stimulating closing out of the month. So highly stimulating. Mercury is also in shadow. So Mercury is also going to retrograde back to this area and oppose Uranus again. So definitely take note as to what is really sort of unfolding, not particularly on this day, I would say around October 29th. So take note on anything that is really amplifying, or situations or stories that are coming up around October 29th that you could really come back to, where that opposition to Uranus is going to play into it again. So again, Mercury is going to return back to this area, I'd say roughly around November 18th. So if you have anything planned, or sometimes when people hear certain dates, they're like, oh, I know I'm going to come back to this around this. So you can start to kind of put the puzzle pieces together. But generally speaking, Mercury could really be amplifying or closing out October for Taurus risings around financial themes, transformational work, resources, self-worth. That for some of you might be playing into your children, if you have children, creative projects, etc., if that's applicable, where again, Mercury is going to return back to this area with a new perspective, reviewing, revising, perfecting any of those themes that come up. So definitely take note on what's coming up around this time, where some of you might be able to stay open to how you're going to review, revise, and perfect it in the coming weeks. So definitely stay tuned for that in November. Hello, Gemini Risings. So I'm going to kick off the month on October 6th when Mercury, your ruling planet, Mercury rules this first house of the self, enters your Scorpio 6th house. So Mercury entering your Scorpio 6th house of daily work and health routines. So sort of the stage that is set is definitely the work and or health routines, but Mercury rules your physical body, yourself, how you want to show up in the world. So some of you might start seeing sort of some focus, some deeper focus, especially with Mercury in Scorpio, on that physical body, how you want to show up. So a lot of you could see maybe even a busier time at work where you're diving deeper into things, you're investigating things on a deeper level. Mercury also rules this Virgo 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might have a home, family, property, real estate theme matter going on that also has you sort of really investigating your routines. How can you balance what is going on with or playing out at home, family, property, real estate situations, or how can you balance routines that are sort of, setting you up for success regarding what you need to take care of at work and what you need to take care of at home. So Mercury is definitely sort of merging the home, family, property, real estate, and sort of your individual needs, you personally, and regarding what is playing out with work and or a health situation. So as Mercury enters this Scorpio 6th house, you'll notice that if you're watching, there's a full moon culminating in your Aries 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So something could definitely be culminating, coming to fruition regarding a goal, something within your social network. But this full moon is connected to the new moon solar eclipse that took place here in your Aries 11th house back on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might actually be able to think back to what was really being initiated, what was coming up around the end of March, beginning of April, that now you could be seeing come to life. It could be illuminated. If none of that resonates, a full moon in your 11th could definitely culminate a more social time, a more busy time, a more energized time, involving anything to do with friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Now, the ruler of this full moon is Mars, and Mars is in its other place of rulership in your 6th house of daily work and health routines. So some of you might be seeing something energized regarding a goal or something within your social network that has something to do with a health or work situation. So the good news with Mars ruling this full moon, and it's in its other place of rulership. This Mars in Scorpio is really good at being precise and accurate in terms of the plan of action, core motivation, and desire. So whatever does get amplified, energized, or culminates around this time, Where it could play out is definitely in the work and or health arena. The Mars in Scorpio, in my opinion, has a good amount of strength and resources to find a way to be more accurate and precise around what is playing out, what the plan of action is around the work or the health situation that could be playing into this culminating moment or energizing moment around a long-term goal regarding those themes, or something playing out within your social network regarding those themes. Moving along to October 13th, we have Venus entering your Libra 5th house. So Venus enters your 5th house. This is the place of joy. So this really can include anything that you find joyful, pleasurable. So creative projects, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable to you. Now, the good news with this is that Venus is in its place of rulership. Good essential dignity, good resources, good strength. Venus is comfortable here. And so Venus is immediately forming a grand trine. As soon as Venus enters this Libra 5th house, it will immediately start to form or apply to a trine with Pluto in your 9th house of growth and potential, and also immediately form a trine with Uranus in your 1st house of self. So there could be a lot flowing regarding the mental intellectual realm. This is a grand trine between Venus, Pluto, and Uranus in air signs. So air signs operate on the mental intellectual realm. So this could be, and this is a grand trine, so there could be a lot of flow, a lot of ideas, a lot unfolding around what brings you joy, self-expression, creativity, growth and potential themes that could be career related, as well as any innovation and change you might be sort of contemplating involving yourselves, how you want to show up in the world, how you want other people to view you. So this could be really stimulating in a good way for many of you, but this could be a good time to think about what you really love and value pertaining to what brings you joy. And that could be children, that could be your creative projects or self-expression, spending more intimate time with loved ones, whatever it is that is your heart's desire at this point in time, what you really love and value about that, how that could potentially dissolve obstacles around the transformation and empowerment regarding your growth and potential. How do you want to infuse that feeling into the growth and potential you want to really unfold in the coming years? And also how that can consequently unfold a lot of innovation and change to your identity, how you show up in the world, who you are. One thing I want to point out about this grand trine is that there's a little itty bitty detail that I think is important. That's it's very subtle in my opinion, but I think can be often overlooked. And this grand trine is actually forming a kite configuration, a kite formation, because Venus entering your Libra 5th house is actually going to immediately oppose Neptune, retrograde at 0 degrees in your Aries 11th house of your social network and long-term goals. So whatever's unfolding, maybe it's intellectually stimulating, maybe it's operating on the mental realm. You're thinking about the innovation, the transformation, the empowerment, and the joy that you really want to flow and integrate within the growth and potential you're seeking in the coming years. That could be career related. The opposition to Neptune is actually, if you're looking at this kite formation, so Neptune is at the apex, and that's interesting because Neptune's quite illusionary, but Neptune's retrograde. And generally speaking, when Neptune is retrograde, Neptune is less illusionary. It's sort of like the veil has been lifted and you start to see this new perspective or new reality. And I think this grand trine with Venus having a good amount of strength and resources is potentially setting the stage for some of you for something that could really come up around February 2026, because this Neptune that is shifting your perspective or reality around something pertaining to maybe your long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with, that Neptune is actually going to return to this exact degree around February 2026 with Saturn. So this could be setting the stage to maybe the ideas, the flow, something unfolding and happening that could be really shifting your perspectives, your mental thought patterns, because Venus also rules this Taurus 12th house. So a lot intellectually flowing and unfolding around, what's your vision? What's going on with your subconscious thought patterns? How do you really want to integrate more joy, creativity, and self-expression into the growth and potential that some of you are really looking to transform and empower in the coming years, and how that can consequently innovate and change how you show up in the world, who you want to be. Where there's a Neptune at the apex of this kite formation around October 13th could be helping you maybe shift your perspective that you're going to come back around to in early 2026, where Saturn's going to be around there to say, how do you want to restructure this? How do you want to do it? So my point is that whatever's unfolding right now, take note of it, because these ideas could actually start to form this tangible reality regarding who you surround yourselves with and your long-term goals. So moving forward to roughly around October 18th, but again, I like to focus more on the applying aspects, to be honest, because I think that's when most people feel it more intensely. So maybe October 16th, 17th, so roughly around October 18th, you're going to have that Mercury in your Scorpio 6th house of daily work and health routines applying to a conjunction. So joining with Mars, also in that 6th house of daily work and health routines. So this is going to start to merge you, home, family, property, real estate, as well as long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with, and how your daily work and health routines are really setting you up for success foundationally, setting you up for success physically through your vitality, but also setting you up for success around the core motivations, the plan of action around any long-term goal you have, especially going into 2026. So this could really start to merge, and a lot of you could start to really become more precise and accurate around your routines, or figuring out the time or finding the time to attend to something regarding home, family, property, real estate, or attending to something regarding your physical body, your vitality, your health, and how that's all sort of taking shape to set you up for success long-term regarding any long-term goals that you want to achieve in the coming months or year. So one thing I want to point out with this is that this conjunction, this Mercury-Mars conjunction, is actually not only involving sort of your routines and how sort of some of you are finding the time or getting more precise and accurate with your time is precious, and how you're sort of maybe attending to a home, family, property, real estate situation, or attending to sort of something going on socially, or focusing on those long-term goals. This conjunction is actually going to be trine the North Node in your 10th house of career and public recognition. So whatever's going on foundationally, socially, regarding long-term goals even, the trine to the North Node in the 10th house tells me that could consequently actually help dissolve the obstacles to the direction and the movement you want to move towards, or the direction you want to move towards regarding career, public recognition, or what brings you more fulfillment in the coming months. Now, moving to October 21st, we have this new moon. If you're watching, let me just get this a little bit more exact here. There we go. So on October 21st, we have a new moon in your Libra 5th house of joy. So again, anything that brings you joy. What is your heart's desire around this time? Is it creativity, self-expression, romance, situations with children, etc.? This new moon is, I think, a really good opportunity to set new intentions, new chapters, or opportunities around those things that bring you joy, that you want to cultivate over the coming months. Why I think this is a good new moon, is that the ruler of this new moon is Venus, and Venus is also hanging out in this house. It's in rulership. So Venus is home. Venus has the resources, the strength, the ability, I think, to support this new beginning or planting of new seeds or intentions around what's the joy or the heart's desire that you really want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months. Then the following day, on October 22nd, Neptune retrogrades back into your Pisces 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. This is nothing new. I don't think it's anything drastically just sort of hyper focus on, but I think it's worth mentioning because if you want to do any last minute dissolving, shifting perspective, changing realities around career, public recognition, business, what brings you fulfillment, this could be the next couple months. I mean, Neptune's going to make its final ingress into your Aries 11th house. So Neptune's going to make its final move out of your Pisces 10th house towards the end of January 2026. So this is really the last few months to kind of work with that Neptunian energy that you've been working with for a long time in that Pisces 10th house. And Saturn's also going to be hanging out there to say, are there any last minute tweaks, edits, restructuring that you want to make around your career, your business, your public recognition to sort of before you make that final move into focusing on how you want to maybe integrate that or shift your perspective around your long-term goals, your social network. So this is really, I think, tying up loose threads, tying up loose ends around maybe dissolving any outdated systems, structures that you want to make regarding how you pursue your growth and potential, its impacts to your career, before some of you start to really focus on the long-term goals, the dreams, the aspirations, and the social network in 2026. So I want to close out the month on October 29th when Mercury enters your Sagittarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. This one's interesting for Gemini risings because Mercury rules your first house of the self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world. So Mercury rules that first house of self. And it's in its place of detriment in that 7th house of partnership. So planets in detriment, I like to think of them as sort of overworking, overexerting themselves. So some of you might be overworking or overexerting yourselves regarding something playing out within a partnership. Maybe something is really playing out within a long-term personal and professional partnership. Maybe there's something you're focused on that is happening regarding partnership or just general partnership themes that you could be sort of very focused on, and how, because Mercury rules your first house of self, sort of how you fit into it, how you support it, so this could really bring up how you can sort of balance your needs versus the needs of others. And because Mercury does rule this 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, this could have strong family relationship situations, home, property, real estate themes that are playing into something playing out within a personal or professional partnership that maybe needs to be balanced or it was challenging you as you're closing out October going into November. So there could be something really culminating and stimulating around trying to balance sort of the innovation and change. A lot of Gemini risings are sort of starting to ramp up regarding themselves. So again, this Mercury is opposite Uranus in your Gemini first house of self. So Mercury-Uranus oppositions can be really stimulating. Some of you might feel like you're being pulled in, two ends. Something might be playing out in partnership, or something might be pulling you in the direction of something playing out with a home, family, property, real estate matter that might need to be balanced with whatever's going on with you, your ability to take independent action. So again, Mercury-Uranus opposition between the first house of the self versus the seventh house of the other can definitely be stimulating regarding your personal partnerships, long-term partnerships, professional partnerships, but it could really be integrating that other Mercury-ruled area, such as your Virgo fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So definitely pay attention to anything that might be happening foundationally in your lives, relationships with family, renovations, relocations, anything going on there that might play into this opposition effect where you might feel like you need to be in two different places at once. And it might be a little overstimulating. Now, this Mercury is actually in shadow. So this Mercury is going to actually retrograde back to this degree and oppose Uranus one more time. So if there's anything that does stimulate or come up around October 29th, it doesn't have to be exactly on this day. It can be around this day. So if anything comes up, becomes stimulating around October 29th, definitely take a mental note of it, jot it down, however you like to track these things, because Mercury is going to retrograde back to this area roughly around November 18th, where some of you will likely be revisiting the situation with a new perspective, where some of you might be reviewing, revising, new perspective, perfecting whatever may have played out around October 29th, come roughly around November 18th. So definitely stay tuned for that in November, where I'll go into a little bit more detail. Hello, Cancer Risings. So I'm going to start off the month on October 6th, when Mercury enters your Scorpio fifth house. Now, the fifth house is the place of joy, so this could be an array of things, but think creativity, creative projects, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable to you, any of those themes. Really, I like to think of the fifth house as the heart's desire, whatever we're really desiring, whatever is really bringing us joy. So really think about those themes or the heart's desire that could be coming up around this time, around what really brings you joy. What do you want to lean more towards? Now, Mercury in Scorpio is a deeper Mercury, generally speaking. So some of you might be exploring what brings you joy, your heart's desire, creativity, self-expression in a new way. Some of you might be communicating, creating, or self-expressing in a deeper way. But more specifically, Mercury rules your Virgo third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. And so really the third house I like to think of as the people, places, and things within your everyday immediate environment. But I think with the third house ruling communication and exchanging information, some of you might be communicating or exchanging information to add more depth to your creative endeavors, your self-expression. Some of you might be wanting some deeper connections or conversations, especially because Mercury also rules your Gemini 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, sort of behind the scenes. The 12th house is like solitude, meditation, sleep. So some of you actually might be retreating or desiring a little bit more solitude with your closest loved ones, or just by yourself to explore, your creativity, your self-expression, maybe more alone time with your children, sort of playing might be a thing if that's applicable. But I think Mercury entering your Scorpio fifth house in October, generally speaking, I think some Cancer risings, you might be desiring just more intimate joy, more one-on-one time. I like to think of the fifth house and the 11th house as sort of the fun houses, but the 11th house I like to think of as like the clubhouse, where you sort of socialize with everyone. And the fifth house is where you sort of have fun and experience joy with more of like those, your knit sort of core group or core people. So I think with Mercury entering the Scorpio fifth house, some of you might be seeking more solitude or sort of that one-on-one time to sort of explore, or just maybe fill your tank and sort of explore what brings you joy. What's sort of your heart's desire around this time that you want to sort of add more depth and intimacy to? Now, as Mercury enters the Scorpio 5th house, if you're watching, you'll notice that there's actually a full moon culminating in your Aries 10th house of career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. So that Mercury entering Scorpio actually might be playing into sort of, or adding undercurrents of what brings you joy, what's your heart's desire, what do you want to sort of add more depth to regarding your career, what brings you fulfillment, your public recognition. Now, this full moon is a culminating moment. It's really illuminating the career, the business, the public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment themes at this time. It can energize this 10th and 4th house axis. So some of you might just have a busier time with your career, your business, your public recognition, and having to balance it with sort of the home, family, property, real estate themes that could be coming up around this time too. Now, the ruler of this full moon is Mars, and Mars will actually be in rulership in this 5th house of creativity, self-expression, joy, again, heart's desire. So this full moon could definitely be culminating or illuminating something regarding a creative project, just a general project, sort of shining a light on something that feels maybe more joyful for you, or some of you might be culminating a certain something regarding your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and being able to see sort of the components that bring you more joy, or the things that you really want to bring or cultivate to fruition, especially if you're a creative or you're very self-expressive in the work that you do. But if you have children, this could definitely be energizing sort of that home, family, career axis in your chart, and finding a way to sort of figure out a situation with your children. The good news with Mars and Scorpio is it's very precise and accurate. So regarding your desires, your plan of action with your children, if applicable, or anything regarding creativity, what brings you joy, your self-expression, I think the Mars and Scorpio ruling this full moon in your career, public recognition, sort of what brings you fulfillment area of your chart could really help a lot of Cancer risings get really clear, precise, accurate on that plan of action with whatever is really culminating or coming to fruition for some of you around this time. Now, moving along to October 13th, actually, one more detail that I think is important. This full moon in your Aries 10th house of career and public recognition is connected to that new moon solar eclipse that happened here in your Aries 10th house back on March 29th, 2025. So I think that's another detail that might really resonate with some Cancer risings listening or watching. Because whatever you initiated, whatever was really starting, or any intentions that you had around a business plan, a project, public recognition, things that bring you fulfillment, you could really start to see those come to life or be illuminated or even come to fruition around this time. Now let's move on to October 13th. So on October 13th, we have Venus entering your Libra 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. Now, what I like about this is that Venus is in rulership. Venus is home here, has the resources, is comfortable, has a good amount of essential dignity, strength. So I really like this for a lot of Cancer risings. I think this will be actually quite helpful in the home, family, property, real estate department, particularly because as soon as Venus enters this Libra 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, it will start to apply to a trine with Pluto in your Aquarius 8th house of transformational work or those long-term financial themes. So investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, if applicable. So this Venus is helping sort of create a lot of flow, maybe dissolving obstacles to a home, family, property, real estate situation that could be financially related, or transformational work with the people you live with, or relationships with family. So I think this Venus-Pluto trine can sort of help strengthen the foundation of your chart and thus life, where maybe some flow or some dissolving of obstacles to the transformation and empowerment regarding a financial situation or a transformational work situation can take place. Now, additionally, Venus entering this Libra fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate will also be trine this Uranus in your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, sort of behind the scenes, sleep, solitude, dreams. So whatever is going on with home, family, property, real estate, it could potentially dissolve the obstacles to whatever innovation or change you're seeking behind the scenes. What's changing behind the scenes? What's changing mentally, subconsciously? What's with your thought patterns? What could be innovating and changing sort of behind the scenes, mentally, thought patterns, dreams, sort of overall vision that you don't necessarily advertise with the world that could be sort of playing a part in some sort of foundation or home, family, property, real estate situation. Now, what's interesting about this is that it's actually forming a grand trine. So Venus will actually form a grand trine with Pluto, Uranus, and obviously Venus down here. So a big triangle. So this actually changes things a little bit, where it's actually, in my opinion, a little bit more potent in terms of being able to dissolve those obstacles. Grand trines, especially in air signs, can create a lot of flow, a lot of ideas. This is operating on the mental, intellectual realm. So there could be a lot of things flowing, a lot of ideas, a lot of obstacles in terms of sort of where you want to go, plans, what you love and value regarding the home, family, property, real estate situation, and how that can help generate the ideas or sort of the path to maybe dissolving something that could have been, dissolving the obstacles around the transformation and empowerment some of you are really seeking around a financial situation or transformational work situation, and how that can also consequently flow the energy to this Uranus here, where some of you could be really shifting your perspectives or sort of your mental behind the scenes world. So to give you an example, because I know sometimes with astrology, it can be a little bit abstract. So to give you an example, say if we're talking about the Pluto in the 8th house here, say it's transformational work. Well, maybe it's transformational work regarding your ancestry, your childhood, your family, relationships with family, and discovering with Venus what you really love and value and how you want to anchor yourselves into that. Well, with Uranus in the 12th, that can definitely shift or innovate your subconscious thought patterns, how you feel behind the scenes, working behind the scenes in order to work that out. Now, if it's, say, with the 8th house with Pluto here, maybe it's a financial situation, resources, partners' resources if applicable. Venus here can sort of say, hey, what do I really love and value? What's the environment that I really foundationally want to live in and build on, and how that can help sort of get clear on that transformation and empowerment regarding the financial plan or the financial management in order to manifest that, in order to do that, and how that can consequently shift with Uranus, innovate, shift that the mentality around it, right? The psychology of money, how we can shift our psychology around our finances, how we look at money, how we manage money, and how that can really innovate and shift how we think of ourselves, how we operate in the world, etc. So again, there's a lot on the table there, but I like to give some sort of real life examples of what I mean by that. But this is a grand trine, so it could be operating on the mental. Some of you might have a lot of ideas, so this could be a good time to sort of, with Mercury and Scorpio, talk about it on a deeper level, sort of communicating on a deeper level, or, whatever your mode of communication is, sort of adding that depth to it so that you can sort of come back to it. because this Venus is actually opposite Neptune up here at 0 degrees. So this is actually forming a kite formation. And when there's a grand trine, there can be a lot of energy flowing. But when we have a kite formation with an apex planet like we do with Neptune at 0 degrees up here in your 10th house of career and public recognition, it can sort of be the focal point. It can help sort of channel whatever is flowing around this time. And what's interesting is that Neptune is quite illusionary, but with this Neptune, it's actually retrograde. So when Neptune's retrograde, generally speaking, it's less illusionary. It sort of lifts the veil. It sort of, we see a new perspective or a reality take place. So I would definitely pay attention to around October 13th, where some of you might be really gaining a lot of ideas, and maybe there's some breakthroughs. There's a lot of flow between sort of understanding a situation regarding finances, transformational work, sort of your subconscious thought patterns, anything you've been working on behind the scenes, and how it maybe affects home, family, property, and real estate, or a home, family, property, real estate is playing a part in that. And how this Neptune up here in your 10th house of career and public recognition could be shifting your perspective or reality around how all of those themes are playing a part or affecting your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. And this Neptune is actually going to return back to this point roughly around February 2026. So this could be the time where we start to see the ideas, we start to see sort of the internal sort of vision take place, or understanding of something that some of you might be coming back to with Saturn to restructure, dissolve, release outdated patterns, structures, systems that no longer serve. But this could be the time where things really start to flow in. And like I say, it all starts mentally, internally, and then it becomes a tangible result. So everything we see in the world was once an idea, right? So this could be the time where it's the idea, the reality, the perspective starts to shift, and it's actually setting the stage for something much more significant come February 2026. Okay, so moving on to, I'd say maybe around October 16th, 17th, 18th, really sort of the lead up to around October 18th, because I like to focus more on the applying aspect. I think that's where people feel it more intensely. And this Mercury around this time, leading up to October 18th, roughly, is going to be pushing up. It's going to be applying to a conjunction, joining with this Mars in your Scorpio 5th house, again, the place of joy. So this is where I think you're going to start to see the merging of the Mercury-ruled areas as well as the Mars-ruled areas in this place of joy. So again, earlier in the month, you might have gotten glimmers of it, but this is where I think it can really start to sort of congeal and come together. Now, again, Mercury rules your 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, sort of those people, places, and things within your everyday environment. Some of you, it could be home and family related if you have your IC in your Virgo 3rd house. But again, really, those people, places, and things within your everyday environment, how you communicate and move through your daily world. And Mercury also rules this Gemini 12th house of behind the scenes, the subconscious thought patterns, etc. So this could be the point where Mars in rulership, but also ruling your 10th house of career, business, public recognition. I promise you, this is a mouthful, but I am going to put it together for you. And I think this is where you can start to see the behind the scenes work, or the inner vision, or the ideas that you want to communicate and exchange start to merge with this career, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment in maybe a creative way, a self-expressive way, what brings you joy. So this could really sort of start to merge for some of you, I think, career, business, public recognition theme, where you're really starting to sort of put the ideas in motion, right? Because Mars is your plan of action. It's your desire, it's your motivation, and it rules your 10th house of career and public recognition. So for those working in your career or business, anything along those lines, this could definitely a time where you start to infuse sort of the behind the scenes work, the ideas, what you've been communicating, exchanging, technology, transportation, really any of those third house themes, and integrating it and merging it with the plan of action, maybe in a creative way, a more joyful way, or sort of where you want to take that heart's desire and integrate that as well. So this could be a really interesting time for career, business, public recognition for some Cancer risings, where some of you, it could also influence your children if you have children, because children land in the 5th house. So this could definitely be a time where you maybe start to put a plan of action in place, where you can maybe sort of get to the bottom of it, because again, that Mars in Scorpio is very precise, it's very accurate. Where most people think there isn't a way, a Mars in Scorpio will find a way. So this could definitely be an interesting time if you have children and that's applicable to you. Now, one thing I want to point out about this is that whatever's going on with behind the scenes, what brings you joy, maybe it's children, that is sort of playing a part with career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. This Mercury-Mars conjunction will trine this North Node in your Pisces 9th house of growth and potential. So whatever's going on around this time regarding what I just discussed with these two, it could consequently dissolve the obstacles to create more growth and potential in your life. So some of you could quite literally be sort of thinking about something behind the scenes. How do I put it into, creative form, or sort of put it into action, where it's somehow fueling or sort of flowing energy to your growth and potential. So for some of you, this could be career related, with, travel, teaching, publishing, spirituality, any of those themes. But some of you, it really might be more creative, and it could be knowledge-based as well. So some of you might just be finding a way to merge these two, where you're taking something behind the scenes and you're communicating it, exchanging information to sort of add more depth, create more plan of action regarding what brings you joy, or children if applicable to you, and how that can just sort of flow and create this sort of increase for some of you around growth and potential in your lives. That could be career related for some of you. Now, moving on to October 21st, we have, let me just get this lined up if you're watching. And we have this new moon in your Libra 4th house at 28 degrees here. So new moon in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might be setting new intentions, setting new plans, new things sort of evolving with people you live with, or relationships with family. Some of you, it could be a renovation, a redecoration, a relocation, anything regarding home, family, property, real estate themes that you could be setting new intentions, new plans, new chapters, new opportunities. Now, what I really like about this new moon is that the ruler of this new moon and the ruler of your 4th house is Venus. And Venus will actually be here in rulership. So I think Venus has a good amount of strength, essential dignity. Venus is home, comfortable, and can provide sort of the tools and resources to this new moon. It's sort of like if you were in your own home, you'd be able to, where everything is, how to host, just sort of what you have and how to sort of provide people what they need within your realm to this new moon. So I think this new moon has some resources and some help to set the new intention, to set the new chapter with what's unfolded for a lot of Cancer risings at this point. So moving on to the following day, I'm actually going to stick to the hour on this one. And there we go. Okay. So the following day on October 22nd, Neptune is going to retrograde back into that Pisces ninth house of growth and potential. So for some of you, this could be themes regarding publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, truth, belief, higher knowledge, continuing education. So really any of those bigger picture growth and potential themes, this Neptune retrograding back into this area is sort of the last hurrah. It's the last little loose threads that Neptune is going to finish this cycle in Pisces. Neptune will officially move out of your Pisces ninth house around January 26, 2026. So this is really the last few months where I think Neptune is giving Cancer risings the last opportunity to say, hey, where do you want to shift your perspective, your reality? What do you want to dissolve? What do you want to keep? Especially because Saturn's going to be there also saying, hey, what last minute structural components or systems do you want to integrate in place? What do you want to keep for longevity and release that no longer serves? So I think you've already been working with Neptune through your Pisces ninth house for quite some time. This is nothing new, but I think it's just going back here with Saturn to give any Cancer risings a last minute opportunity to say, what do you want to shift around spirituality, travel, higher knowledge, publishing, teaching, any of those bigger picture growth and potential themes that I listed or didn't even list? What does growth and potential mean to you? And where are some of you sort of given this opportunity to say, you know, this doesn't really serve me anymore, or I want to shift my reality and perspective around this, to sort of prepare Cancer risings for this business in the ninth house to move into the 10th house of career and public recognition. So I think a lot of Cancer risings for the next couple months could be presented with opportunities to sort of reevaluate or tie up loose ends around growth and potential themes to move into sort of more of what brings you fulfillment, the career, the public recognition, and business themes. So where do you want to take that and sort of start progressing that or integrating that within the career, the business, the public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment if career is not a thing? Now, I want to close out the month on October 29th. When Mercury enters your Sagittarius sixth house of daily work and health routines. Now, Mercury is in detriment here. That's just, to me, a big scary word for overexerting, overworking. So some of you actually might find yourselves more talkative after a Mercury and Scorpio period, where some of you might have just been picky choosy about, you know, having deeper conversations, sort of exploring more depth, maybe sort of being in more solitude to sort of be creative or sort of explore things or just spend more one-on-one quality time. Mercury in Sagittarius, this is definitely going to be a different energy for Cancer risings. This is going to be maybe a time where you start to really overexert or focus on the work that you want to do, or it could be a health and vitality situation. So some of you could really start to focus on your health, your vitality, your routines, or a work situation. Now, again, this Mercury rules your Virgo third house of communication and exchanging information. So if you work in communication fields, technology, transportation, this could definitely be a time where it becomes a lot busier around those themes. But again, with Mercury ruling your third house of communication and it being in detriment in your sixth house, things could just become more communicative, more, again, a lot of focus on the work, the health, the routines. Now, one thing I want to point out is that this Mercury is going to immediately apply to an opposition with Uranus here in your Gemini 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, behind the scenes, sleep, dreams, etc. Now, a Mercury-Uranus opposition is very stimulating. This is very, call it like wakey energy. It's definitely stimulating to the nervous system. And some of you might feel that stimulation, and that might you might literally feel that in your everyday lives around this time. And this Mercury is actually in shadow. So basically what that means is that this Mercury is eventually going to move forward and retrograde back to this territory that it's in at the end of October. So whatever is being stimulated, whatever is really coming up around this time, a lot of you might be revisiting it when Mercury retrogrades back to this area and again opposes this Uranus in this 12th house of behind the scenes, sleep, solitude. So some of you might be there could be a lot of stimulation that comes up around work, health, routine themes that you could come back around to sort of have a new perspective or sort of review, revise, and perfect the work or the health situation and the routines. So some of you could really be going through sort of a more stimulating time that's gearing you up to review, revise, and even perfect a health situation, your overall vitality, a work situation, as well as those routines that really set you up for success. So definitely stay tuned for November, where roughly around November 18th, that's when that Mercury is going to retrograde back to where it is around October 29th here. So definitely stay tuned for that in November. Hello, Leo Risings. So I'm going to kick off the month on October 6th when we have Mercury entering your Scorpio 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. Now, this could definitely provide some deeper energy to the home, family, people you live with, property, real estate themes. Because Mercury in Scorpio, generally speaking, sort of skips the small talk and gets to the deeper bits. But more specifically, Mercury rules your second house of earns, income, and self-worth. So this could be sort of a situation where a lot of Leo risings, you could be exploring sort of deeper possibilities financially regarding a renovation, a relocation, a property, real estate, or situation with family, people you live with. So this could sort of be merging financial themes with something playing out with home, family, property, real estate. But Mercury also rules this Gemini 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So this could be something so simple as maybe you're having your closest friends, groups, communities, sort of hosting them in your home for just more depth, more one-on-one connections within your own home. Or it could be as a much deeper situation where some of you are really exploring your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations, and sort of exploring how the foundation of your life fully supports that. Now, as this Mercury enters your Scorpio 4th house, we have this full moon culminating, illuminating, bringing something to fruition in this Aries 9th house of growth and potential. So some of you could really see growth and potential themes, some including maybe travel, spirituality, higher knowledge, truth, belief, publishing, teachings. For some of you, this could be career related, but this full moon is connected to the new moon solar eclipse that took place here in your Aries 9th house back on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might actually be able to think back to the end of March, beginning of April, what was being planned, what was being initiated, what was really sort of, where were you seeking more growth and potential, or any themes within growth and potential that now could really be coming to fruition, could really be energized or culminating around this time. But what's interesting is that the ruler of this full moon is Mars, and Mars is in its other place of rulership, Scorpio, your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So I think for some Leo risings, the ruler of your finances, Mercury, and the ruler of your growth and potential hanging out in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. I think some of you might be seeking more action, more desire and motivation around a financial situation or a growth and potential situation, and sort of looking at the foundation of your lives, the energy in your home, the relationships with family or people you live with. property or real estate situations, whatever it may be. How is that fully supporting what you want to cultivate and culminate in the growth and potential department or a financial department or both? Now, moving on to October 13th, we have quite a bit going on, in my opinion. So we have Venus entering your Libra third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, technology, transportation, whether it's personal or professional. So the good news with this is that Venus is in rulership. So good amount of essential dignity, good amount of strength, resources. Venus is comfortable here. However, Venus is going to start to apply to a trine with Pluto in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So things could ramp up involving communication, exchanging information, sort of people, places, and things within your everyday immediate environment, and how something playing out there could sort of dissolve obstacles or create more flow to the empowerment or transformation you're seeking regarding personal or professional partnerships, including marriage. So this could create an array, a lot of variety for Leo rising. So I want to emphasize for Leo risings to pay attention to really sort of relationships with siblings, extended family. If you work in communication fields, technology, transportation, definitely pay attention to those areas and how things playing out within that could become a little bit more resourced, gain a little bit more strength, and how that might provide some sort of flow or communication that could sort of create a more empowering or transformative situation regarding to how you connect with other people, the people you want to attract or connect to in your everyday lives, or what could really empower or transform within your current long-term personal or professional partnerships. Venus is also going to be immediately trine this Uranus in your Gemini 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So whatever's going on in that everyday communication and media environment, it could also consequently create a lot of energy and flow to innovating and changing who you want to surround yourselves with, what's going on with your long-term goals, how have those changed? So this is actually creating a grand trine in air signs. And so this is operating on the mental, intellectual realm, and it's involving that third house of communication. So this could really amp up a lot of communication, intellectual, mental stimulation that somehow provides some opportunity to sort of connect with people with the 7th house connection, sort of your connections with other people, transforming and empowering those, or focusing on the connections you want to magnetize and attract in your lives that sort of align with what you really love and value, and the transformation and empowerment you really want to attract in your lives, and how either of those situations can consequently sort of create more flow and stimulation to innovating and changing friends, groups, communities, or long-term goals. So there is a lot flowing with this grand trine in air signs. But what I want to point out is that this Venus will be opposing Neptune at 0 degrees in your Aries 9th house of growth and potential. So this is actually forming a kite formation. And so with a kite formation, we have Neptune at the apex. This is sort of the apex focal point, sort of channeling, theoretically, this very intellectually stimulating flow of, what you love and value, communication, partnership, social network, long-term goals, themes, where Neptune at the apex of this configuration is interesting because Neptune could be very illusionary. However, Neptune is retrograde this time. So when Neptune is retrograde, it's a little less illusionary. It's sort of when the veil gets lifted, you sort of start to see a new reality, a new perspective take place. And so with whatever's really flowing between personal and professional partnerships, your social network, your goals, your communication, you could start to see a new reality or perspective around the growth and potential theme. So this could involve, you could see it sort of the new perspective or reality take shape involving travel, publishing, teaching. Some of you it could be career related, spirituality, truth, belief. Some of you might be seeing a new truth or a new belief sort of take form with what is being stimulated around this time. So there's a lot of opportunity here, but with whatever's unfolding around this time, around October 13th, see where it could sort of take a new reality or perspective around the truth or belief or the growth and potential you really want to focus on in 2026, because this Neptune is going to return to this 0-degree mark in around February of 2026. So what's unfolding and being stimulated right now that could be just ideas or sort of operating more on the mental realm could actually start to take shape and tangible form come early 2026, especially with Saturn joining this area in early 2026. And so moving forward to, I would say roughly around October 18th, but I like to focus more on the applying aspects because I feel like that's when people feel it more. So October 16th, 17th, really leading up to the 18th, we have Mercury pushing up, applying to a conjunction, joining with this Mars in Scorpio. So Mercury-Mars conjunction in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So I think with what's transpired so far throughout the month, this is when financial themes, social network, long-term goals with what Mercury rules in your chart, Leo rising, can start to merge with growth and potential themes, truth, belief in this area of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might, this one's interesting because I think for Leo risings, this could be a financial / long-term financial goal situation, and how that's playing into your growth and potential, where you're looking at the foundation of your lives and how that supports that growth and potential. Or this could be a really interesting situation playing out with family or people you live with, where it's sort of merging your self-worth, your goals with your truth and belief around sort of maybe relationships with your family or relationships with people you live with. So some of you might be focusing more on the bigger picture, the financial stuff, while some of you, I think, might be actually focused on what's going on with my family, what's the spiritual route, what's the truth, what do I believe, sort of maybe where do I come from, how does that affect my self-worth, how does that affect my long-term goals, how is that even affected with Mercury ruling that 11th house, how is that affected who I surround myself with. So I feel like some Leo risings are going to be experiencing a lot of depth around what's going on with home, family, property, real estate. And then some Leo risings, I think, are going to be focused more on that financial sort of growth and potential picture, or maybe even both for some of you. Now, following that, let's go to October 21st, when we have this new moon forming in your Libra 3rd house at 28 degrees. So we have a new moon, new beginning, setting new intentions in that 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, transportation, technology, again, people, places, and things within your everyday immediate environment. So this could be a great time to sort of like spring clean things out, take care of appointments, mundane tasks. Anything, if you work in communication fields, technology, transportation, this could be a great time to sort of start something new or clean slate or new ideas. Anything that you want to initiate in your everyday immediate environment, how you want to communicate, exchange information, could be a really great time for that. And the ruler of this new moon is Venus, and Venus will be home here, will be in rulership. So I think Venus has the tools, the strength, and the resources in Venus's own home to sort of provide whatever you want to initiate and start around any communication, whether it's personal or professional, technology, transportation, relationships with siblings, extended family, etc. Now, following that, on the following day, on October 22nd, we have Neptune retrograding back into that Pisces 8th house of transformational work or those long-term financial themes. So again, I think a lot of Leo risings are going to be focusing more on sort of the deeper, more hidden bits, or focusing more on sort of the more financial, sort of bigger picture situation. Because when Neptune retrograding back into the 8th house, I think some Leo risings might be revisiting or exploring any transformational work, transformational decisions. What's the sort of the tying up of loose ends? What loose threads or anything do you really want to release, dissolve with that transformational work or transformational decisions? With Saturn there sort of helping, sort of saying, hey, how do you want to solidify this? What do you want to really commit to or create longevity around with whatever you're revisiting regarding transformational work? It could involve partnership, work, or health as well, or this transformational work could affect sort of the health, the work, or partnership, because Saturn will be there ruling those areas of your chart. But if it's more financial, so investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources, if applicable, this could be a time where sort of, again, tying up loose ends. Neptune's wrapping up its transit, its final transit in this Pisces 8th house. So Neptune's going to officially leave this area towards the end of January 2026. So I'm looking at this as we've already sort of navigated Neptune and Pisces for many years at this point. Is there any loose threads? Is there any last minute transformation, transformational work, transformational decisions you want to make, or sort of anything regarding investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources that you want to sort of navigate, release outdated structures, patterns, systems, so that when you move forward, this Neptune-Saturn situation is going to make its final ingress in early 2026 into that Aries 9th house. So sort of how do you want to tie up loose ends here with transformational work or financial situations to then move more into, okay, how do I want to take this, progress this, or integrate this within the growth and potential moving into 2026 onward. I want to close out the month on October 29th when Mercury enters your Sagittarius 5th house. Let me get this guy in there. Okay. So Mercury is going to enter your Sagittarius 5th house. And I think this is going to shift the energy for a lot of Leo risings for a couple reasons. One is that Mercury is in detriment. And so Mercury can sort of overwork or overexert itself in Sagittarius. It can sort of be really ramping up the energy compared to where it was in Scorpio, where it's focused a little bit more on the depth. Now Mercury enters your 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So I think this is going to really shift the energy. And I think some Leo risings might start to feel like they're coming out of their shell even, or start to really just focus on what brings me joy, what's my heart's desire, focusing on my children, focusing on creativity, self-expression, romance, whatever it may be. But again, it's very stimulating because this Mercury is going to immediately oppose Uranus in your 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So this is very stimulating. This, Mercury, Uranus can really stimulate the nervous system. So some of you might literally start to feel more stimulated to socialize, focus on long-term goals, focus on your happiness, what brings you joy, and it could just be a very stimulating time. Now, Mercury also rules this Virgo 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So some of you might really be shifting your perspective on the financial situation that some of you have been focusing on the past couple weeks, and sort of looking at, well, where can I really sort of invest or sort of budget more fun, more joy, more of my heart's desire and sort of having to weigh that with the innovation and change to who you surround yourselves with and your long-term goals. So some Leo risings at this point, you might start to see yourselves spend time with new people, sort of like change your social network and your long-term goals, and start to sort of, that can be a very stimulating time where you're shifting, integrating your self-worth, how you sort of financially support that, how to balance that with any innovation and change for some of you regarding your long-term goals. Now, this Mercury is actually in shadow. So Mercury is gearing up to go retrograde, and it's going to retrograde back to this point it's at around October 29th, come November 18th. So around November 18th, Mercury will be retrograding back to this territory that it's in right now around October 29th. So whatever comes up, whatever is stimulated around this time, you could come back to with a new perspective. You could be reviewing, revising, even perfecting something in this fifth house of what is your heart's desire, what really does bring you joy, and how can that be integrated to maybe innovate and change, expand your social network, expand your long-term goals for some of you, and how that could have some financial or self-worth themes integrated within that. So definitely stay tuned for November, especially mid-November, when some of you might be sort of returning back to whatever is sort of unfolding as you're closing out October. So definitely take note on what could be really stimulated around this time, closing out October. Hello, Virgo risings. We're going to kick off the month on October 6th when Mercury enters your Scorpio third house of communication, exchanging information, technology, transportation, siblings, extended family. So really those people, places, and things within your immediate environment. And Mercury in Scorpio, this one's interesting because Mercury rules your first house of self. So a lot of Virgo risings, you could feel this very personally. You could feel the shift of sort of your feelings, your energy, and Mercury is communication. So with Mercury moving into Scorpio, some of you might feel like you want more depth, you want more meaning, and it could come through communication. So some of you could be having deeper conversations, deeper communication, but if that could be what's happening personally, but professionally, Mercury also rules your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So some of you might be taking on deeper strategies or sort of taking more precise, accurate sort of plan of action, especially with Mars here, which I'll get to in a minute. But some of you might be sort of exploring sort of a different route or getting more strategic about your career, what brings you fulfillment, public recognition themes. So as Mercury enters or is in your Scorpio third house, we have a full moon culminating in your 8th house of transformational work or those long-term financial themes. So some of you might actually be focused on more of the deeper conversation, sort of uncovering something or focusing more on the one-on-one stuff that allows you to sort of make transformational decisions or focus more on the transformational work that could be culminating for some of you around this time. But again, if it's more work related, it could be sort of with this full moon in the 8th, it could be more financial. So some of you could be really focused on sort of illuminating something or focusing on the investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources, if applicable. That could be playing into sort of maybe communicating or exchanging information that's allowing you to sort of work with something financially or psychologically through the transformational work. This full moon is connected to the new moon that took place here in your 8th house back on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might actually be able to think back to the end of March, beginning of April. What were you initiating? What was really coming up around that time that you could really see come to life, or something could be illuminated around this time or even come to fruition that really got initiated or started back around the end of March, beginning of April. Moving on to October 13th, we have quite a bit going on because we have Venus entering its place of rulership in your second house of earned income and self-worth. So Venus, by essential dignity, generally speaking, has a good amount of resources, a good amount of strength. Venus is home here. Venus is comfortable here. And this is good because it's your second house of earned income and self-worth. But what's particularly interesting is that Venus is going to immediately start applying to a trine with Pluto in your sixth house of daily work or health routines. So some of you, through finances or self-worth, sort of creating more love and value around a financial situation, your value, your self-worth, that could consequently create the dissolution of obstacles or more flow to any transformation or empowerment regarding your health, your work, and routines. Now, Venus also in the second house of earned income and self-worth will also be trine Uranus in your Gemini 10th house, trine your Gemini 10th house of career and public recognition. So this is actually forming a grand trine. This is a big triangle between your finances and self-worth, your work or health, as well as your career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So Venus entering your Libra second house, having a good amount of strength, a good amount of resources, I think could create a lot of energy, resources, and flow to any innovation and change you're sort of reviewing and revising regarding career, public recognition, maybe where you want to go with that, what feels more fulfilling, as well as sort of empowering and transforming your health, your vitality, your strength, and how your routines can ultimately set you up for success regarding taking care of your body, taking care of your health, and also your work. And so this grand trine is in air signs, and this is operating on the mental, intellectual realm, technically or theoretically. So this could really stimulate a lot of ideas, a lot of intellectual stimulation that could really be creating a lot of flow and movement between your finances, your work, your health, your career, your public recognition for a lot of Virgo risings around this time. Now, what is intellectually stimulated or flowing around this time, especially regarding those themes? This Venus is going to oppose this Neptune at 0 degrees of Aries in that 8th house. So this is actually forming what's called a kite configuration or kite aspect configuration. So Neptune is actually the apex planet in this configuration. So it's sort of the focal point. And this basically means whatever could really be just naturally flowing intellectually, ideas involving your self-worth, your finances, your health, your work, your public recognition around this time. Neptune could be shifting a new perspective or reality around transformational decisions, any transformational work, or long-term financial goals and management around this time. So I would pay attention to what is really flowing and being stimulated and how it's really ultimately somehow shifting your perspective or reality around how you manage your long-term financial goals, resources, or transformational work. Now, this Neptune is retrograde. So that means that when Neptune's retrograde, generally speaking, it's less illusionary. It sort of lifts the veil. So some of you through this stimulation might actually be seeing a whole new reality take place around what you want financially or what you want through transformational work that you could be coming back to when Neptune revisits this degree around February 2026. So I think it's important to see what subtleties really start flowing in these areas and how it's shifting sort of a new perspective around sort of how you're transforming any transformational decisions, or how some of you could be focused on sort of resources, financial situations, investments, assets, and how it's sort of shifting a new reality, a new perspective that you could really come back to in 2026, where Saturn's going to be there to help you solidify it, sort of rebuild a foundation with what could really be sort of starting to take shape or sort of the ideas or intellectual stimulation that could be flowing around this time that could actually become a tangible reality or actually take form in 2026. Now, moving on to roughly, I'd say October 15th, 16th, that's when Mercury is going to start to apply to a conjunction or join with Mars in that Scorpio third house of communication and exchanging information. I personally like to focus a little bit more on the applying aspects. I think that's when people feel it the most. And so really October 14th, 15th, 16th, sort of leading up to roughly around the October 18th mark, this is when you could start to see career, public recognition, because this Mercury rules this 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment if career is not a theme in your lives. And Mercury is also ruling your first house of the self, the physical body. So some of you could really start to see the integration or the merging of what's going on career-wise, or what feels more fulfilling to you on a visceral level, how it affects you physically, how it affects your ability to take independent action, and how it's merging with transformational work or some long-term financial situation. So some of you could be sort of looking at your career, what feels more fulfilling to you, what really supports you physically, your ability to take independent action, and how it's somehow connected to sort of investment, asset, debt, loan. So some of you might be looking at a financial situation and sort of working out, well, what do I need to do with my career, my business? Maybe sort of what is your plan of action? What are your core motivations and desires? And what do you need to do financially or psychologically / transformationally to create this plan of action, communicate it, maybe exchange information to create more depth to it, where ultimately this plan of action, whether it's career related, transformational work related, or financially related, how it is going to ultimately support you and create opportunities for you. This Mercury-Mars conjunction will also trine the North Node in your 7th house of personal and professional partnership. So whatever's going on around this time regarding what I just discussed, it could somehow create or dissolve the obstacles to the connections you want to make with people, the increasing your personal or professional connections with people that you really want to magnetize and attract in your lives. So whatever's going on, it somehow can sort of maybe help your current long-term partnerships or align some of you to the personal and professional partnerships you really want to increase over the coming year or so. Now, moving to October 21st, we have a new moon taking place in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So some of you, again, this could continue sort of the financial themes, and this new moon could be a new beginning, new intentions, new opportunities that you want to cultivate financially after what's sort of unfolded, or this could be more self-worth, value related. So some of you might be setting new intentions or a new chapter around your self-worth, really anchoring yourselves into that regarding what could be playing out around this time. And this new moon, the ruler of it and the ruler of your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth is Venus, and Venus is home here. So Venus, I think, has the strength, the resources, and the ability to sort of help this new beginning, this new intention that you really want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months. The following day on October 22nd, Neptune is going to retrograde back into your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. Now, this includes marriage as well. So, again, take what resonates and leave the rest. But a lot of you, well, not a lot of you, all of you have been experiencing this Neptune in your Pisces 7th house for many years now. So this is nothing new, but I think that Neptune is wrapping up this transit. Neptune will officially make its final goodbye, its final ingress out of your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships come the end of January 2026. So I think this is an opportunity to sort of tie up loose ends, really get clear on what you want within your current long-term personal or professional partnerships, or get really clear on what you want to release, any outdated patterns, structures, ways of being that no longer serve your current personal and professional partnerships or the partnerships you want to attract going into 2026. So the last thing I want to mention is October 29th. I really want to close out the month with Mercury entering your Sagittarius 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this Mercury shifting from Scorpio to Sagittarius is probably going, for a couple reasons, which I'll get into, is going to feel very different. Mercury going into Sagittarius, it's in detriment, so it can really overexert itself. Now, Mercury rules your physical body, and it also rules your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this could really ramp up a lot of energy, where some Virgo risings, you might literally feel like you have to be in two places at once. You might feel like there's a part of you that wants to be at home, attending to sort of real estate, property, renovations, relocations, family situation, people you live with, and then a part of you that really wants to focus on the career, the public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. Now, this Mercury is going to immediately oppose Uranus in that 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. And Mercury Uranus is very nervous system. It's the nervous system. So it's just, with the oppositions can be really hard to balance, because again, you might feel like you have to be in two places at once. There could be something going on at home, focusing on the home, family, property, real estate themes for some of you versus what's going on with career and public recognition. And it could be very stimulating around this time. Now, this Mercury in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate is in shadow. So what this means is this Mercury is going to continue on forward, and it's going to actually retrograde back to this territory that it's at right now, the end of October. So around mid-November, roughly around November 18th, I believe, Mercury is going to actually come back to this degree and oppose Uranus again. So whatever is stimulated, whatever is really coming up around the end of October into the beginning of November, you could definitely be coming back to. You could be reviewing, revising, and perfecting something regarding what brings you fulfillment, what is sort of the career, the public recognition plan, or it could be what career or what foundation is really going to support your needs, your identity, how you want to take independent action, and how you want to show up in the world. But definitely take note on what becomes very stimulating around this time. Again, you'll likely come back or have some time to review, revise, and perfect it come mid-November. So definitely stay tuned for that. Hello, Libra Risings. So I'm going to start off the month on October 6th when Mercury enters your Scorpio's 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So Mercury and Scorpio, generally speaking, could create some conversation, some communication, or some depth to whatever's going on financially or self-worth. Now, Mercury does rule your Virgo 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, sleep, solitude, behind the scenes stuff. So some of you might be exploring finances, financial budgets, plans sort of behind the scenes. Some of you might be mentally sort of thinking about finances, or some of you might be exploring maybe even some subconscious thought patterns around your self-worth and sort of how that impacts certain things that might be going on for some of you. But I think with Mercury ruling your Gemini ninth house of growth and potential, I think a lot of Libra risings could really be focused on financial plans regarding travel, spirituality, publishing, teaching, higher knowledge, continuing education. That could be career related. So some of you could be starting to think about your financial budgets, your financial plans, and how that impacts any growth and potential you're sort of seeking in your lives, or vice versa. Now, as Mercury is in your Scorpio second house, we have this full moon culminating in your Aries seventh house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So something could really be illuminated, culminating, coming to fruition in the area of personal and professional partnerships, or the partnerships you want to attract or connect to. Now, this full moon is the sun, if you're watching, the sun and the moon in opposition. So I think full moons in the 7th or even the 1st, it's really a balance between your needs versus the needs of others. You know, for some of you, with Mercury in the 2nd, you know, what's going on financially, what's going on with self-worth, how can you balance your needs versus the needs of others or people you're connected to, personal and professional partnerships. But some of you actually might be able to think back to the new moon solar eclipse in this Aries 7th house of yours back on March 29th, 2025. So around the end of March, beginning of April, this was a new moon connected to this full moon here on October 6th, where some of you could have been initiating something could have been started, sort of starting to unfold or being cultivated, where now it's really coming to life. It's coming to fruition, or it's being illuminated around this time, where the ruler of this full moon is Mars. And Mars is in its other place of rulership in this 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So something could be culminating within personal or professional partnerships, or the partnerships you want to connect to that could be sort of financially connected or self-worth connected. Moving on to October 13th, we have Venus entering her place of rulership in your 1st house of self, physical body, how you want to show up in the world. And this Venus is home. It's in rulership. So Venus is very comfortable here, has a good amount of strength, resources. So this could be a time for you, Libra risings, where you start to feel hopefully more like yourselves, more like you can maybe focus on yourselves, focus on your needs. And more specifically, this Venus rules this Taurus 8th house of transformational work, but it's also your other financial house. So long-term financial themes, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources. So for some of you with that full moon, something could have culminated in the partnership arena, if that's applicable to you, where it involved a partner's resources or finances. That could be playing into something with Venus here in your 1st house of self. So regardless, when this Venus enters your Libra 1st house, it's going to immediately start applying to a trine with Pluto in your Aquarius 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, romance, or children, if applicable to you. So something could be going on through transformational work, or something playing out financially for some of you that is maybe involved in this unfolding or natural flow of energy around the transformation and empowerment. Some of you are seeking around incorporating more joy, more fun, more romance, self-expression, creativity in your lives. Again, this could involve your children if that's applicable to you. And Venus is also forming a trine with Uranus in your Gemini 9th house of growth and potential. So this is actually forming a grand trine in air signs. So I think as Libra risings, you get closer to October 13th, you could start to feel a lot of intellectual, mental energy, even ideas or flowing of ideas involving you, how you want to show up in the world, creativity, joy, romance, self-expression, and sort of that Uranus playing a part in that innovation and change to any growth and potential that could be career related for some of you. So some of you could really start to maybe flow some ideas of where you want to go regarding growth and potential, how you want to focus more on your heart's desire, incorporating more of what brings you joy, and how that can sort of provide more love and value to yourselves, your physical body, how you want to take independent action in the world. What's interesting is that as this grand trine is taking place, Venus is also opposing Neptune here. So it's actually forming what's called a kite configuration. And with the kite configuration, this Neptune at 0 degrees in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships is the apex planet. It's sort of the focal point in this configuration. And so with Neptune, it can be a little illusionary. However, this Neptune's retrograde. So when Neptune is retrograde, generally speaking, it can be less illusionary. Sort of the time where the veil gets lifted, you take on a new reality or perspective. So with whatever is really flowing around valuing yourselves or opportunities to value yourselves, what you need, creating more transformation and empowerment to joy, creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable, as well as how you want it to sort of keep that flowing to integrate and change any growth and potential, which could be career related for some of you. It's somehow whatever's flowing in any or all of those themes, it could be shifting your perspective or reality around your partnerships, personal or professional partnerships. So some of you could be seeing a new reality take place or a new perspective around how you connect with other people, or a new reality or perspective that could be taking form within your current long-term partnerships, whether they're personal or professional, where it's important to take note on sort of what is really flowing and even sort of intellectually stimulated around this time, whether it's ideas, things you sort of are contemplating, and how it's shifting your perspective on how you maybe connect with others, or things playing out within your current marriage, personal, professional partnerships, or the partnerships you do want to attract or connect to. Because this Neptune is going to return back to this point around February 2026. So around this time, roughly mid-October, could be the time where we start to see the ideas and the flow start to take shape internally, mentally, intellectually, where it's shifting our perspective for you around the others in your life, personal, professional, partnerships, connections, etc., that you could be coming back to dissolve, to reconstruct, because Saturn is going to join this Neptune here at 0 degrees around, I believe, February and March of 2026. But we'll get to that in 2026. But I think this is a good time to see what takes shape, what sort of flows or unfolds around this time that could be actually setting the stage for the beginning of 2026 for you to sort of really maybe reconstruct what's playing out within your current marriage, what's playing out within current personal or professional partnerships, or reconstruct to sort of attract the connections or partnerships that really serve where you're headed towards, where you're sort of trying to innovate and change the growth and potential, sort of really empower and transform your creativity, what brings you more joy, and create more love and value to yourselves, your physical body, and how you want to move through the world. So I think this is a very subtle configuration going on that could actually be setting the stage for what's to come around, I'd say, February, March of 2026. Now, moving on, I would say shortly after that, maybe around October 15th, 16th, 17th. So really around October 18th, leading up to it, I like to focus on the applying aspects sometimes, because that's when I think people feel it the most. That's when Mercury is going to start to push up and apply to a conjunction with Mars in your second house of earned income and self-worth. So this is when Mercury ruled areas and Mars ruled areas could start to really merge and come together, where Mercury rules your subconscious thought patterns behind the scenes, as well as your ninth house of growth and potential. Joining this Mars, which is in rulership, but also rules the seventh house of personal and professional partnerships. So some of you could be seeing sort of a financial situation or a self-worth situation take shape regarding something playing out with personal or professional partnerships. Or some of you could really start to formulate the plan of action around travel, higher knowledge, publishing, teaching, could be career related, really any of those growth and potential themes that some of you could be really diving deep into, creating that, the motivation, the plan of action that could be sort of self-worth fueled or financially fueled around this time. Then we get to October 21st. And we have this really beautiful new moon taking place in your Libra first house of the self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world. And so this new moon takes place in that first house of self, where this could be a good time to set new intentions, new chapters, new opportunities around anything regarding your physical body, how you want to take independent action, how you want to show up in the world. So really sort of being able to focus potentially more on you and your needs. And what I like about this new moon, specifically for Libra risings, is the ruler of your first house of self. Venus is here, and Venus is, again, in rulership. Good amount of resources, good amount of strength to provide this new moon to really kick off this intention, this new chapter or new opportunity around focusing on your physical body, focusing on your needs, and what you want to cultivate regarding that over the next 5 or 6 months. The following day, on October 22nd, Neptune is going to retrograde back into your Pisces sixth house of daily work and health routines. Now, this isn't new. You've had many years of Neptune going through your Pisces sixth house. However, this is Neptune's last hurrah, and as well as Saturn. So this is sort of tying up loose ends, completing the journey or the story here regarding health, work, routines, that this Neptune is going to officially leave this area for good around the end of January in 2026. So a few more months of focusing, or if you desire, sort of focusing on dissolving anything that's outdated, no longer serving your health, no longer serving your work, what's no longer serving your routines that ultimately can really set you up for success. Saturn will be there to technically sort of also be looking at the situation. What do you really want to create longevity around regarding health or work? What do you really want to commit to regarding health or work? That this is sort of wrapping up that story before it progresses into the area of partnership for you, Libra Rising. So really getting clear on the routines that set you up for success, the work or health situation for some of you, before moving on to an angular house where you're connecting with the world, you're connecting with others, and it can consequently create a lot of changes to career, public recognition, home, family, property, real estate, as you go into 2026 and onward with Saturn and Neptune moving into the seventh house. But for right now, great time if you desire to say, all right, let's wrap up this health situation, let's get this situated, or let's sort of focus on the work, vitality, wellness, routines, whatever it may be, before this officially leaves in 2026. I want to wrap up the month on October 29th when Mercury enters your Sagittarius, third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, technology, transportation. So Mercury going from Scorpio to Sagittarius is a different vibe. It's a very different energy because this Mercury is now entering its place of detriment. And Mercury can start to sort of overwork itself, overexert itself. And this Mercury will also oppose Uranus in your Gemini ninth house of growth and potential, which is very stimulating sometimes to the nervous system. Some of you might feel like you have to be in two places at once. Maybe there's appointments, errands, tasks, situations with siblings, extended family for some of you that you're trying to take care of versus sort of the bigger picture, the things that you want to sort of innovate and change regarding sort of the growth and potential that you want to move towards in your lives. So this can be a Mercury-Uranus opposition, especially with Sagittarius, Gemini, can be very stimulating. So if you're feeling sort of stimulated, this can stimulate the nervous system. Just be aware of that so that you're not over exerting yourselves. Now, Mercury does rule this Virgo 12th house as well, which is the subconscious, sleep, dreams, behind the scenes. So I think with feeling like you're in two places at once, some of you might literally just want more sleep. Some of you might literally just want more solitude, more alone time to sort of try to balance this energy out. Now, this Mercury is actually in shadow. So what that means is that Mercury is going to go retrograde in the coming weeks, and Mercury is going to return back to this territory and oppose Uranus again. So whatever is being stimulated, whatever's really coming up around this time, definitely take at least a mental note of it and be open to sort of any reviewing, revising, or perfecting, particularly anything that happens around October 29th, you might come back to roughly around November 18th for some of you, depending on the degree in orbs. But definitely take note on what's sort of coming up around this time. Be open to maybe reviewing, revising, or perfecting it as you get deeper into November when Mercury returns to this. So definitely stay tuned for that in November. Hello, Scorpio risings. We're starting off the month on October 6th when Mercury enters your Scorpio first house of the self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world. So Mercury rules your Virgo 11th house of your friends, groups, communities, so your social network and your long-term goals. So some of you could start to see who you surround yourselves with, how it affects you physically, how it affects your ability to take independent action, sort of witnessing how other people make you feel and the impact they have on you. Or some of you might be really thinking deeper about your long-term goals, your dreams and aspirations, and how maybe you can start taking independent action towards those things. Now, if you know your chart and you have your midheaven in your Virgo 11th house, this could have very strong career, public recognition themes and its impacts to you and what you want to do with it, the independent action you want to take involving some career or public recognition theme this month. So why I bring that up is because as Mercury's entered your Scorpio first house, we have a full moon culminating in your daily work and health routines, your sixth house of daily work and health routines. So there's this full moon really illuminating, culminating something, bringing something to fruition regarding a health wellness situation or a work colleague, coworker situation. So if it's more of the health, then this Mercury here in your first house could definitely have you thinking deeper about your physical body, how your goals, who you surround yourselves with, people in your social network can either support that or impact that. But I think, especially if you have your midheaven in your Virgo 11th, I think this could have very strong work, career, public recognition themes integrated within this for a lot of Scorpio risings. So it's full moon culminating in your daily work and health routines. This full moon is connected technically connected to the new moon solar eclipse that happened here back on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might literally be able to think back to the end of March, beginning of April. What was going on with work? What was going on with colleagues, coworkers, maybe a health situation, or just your health routines, your wellness routines that could now be coming to fruition. Something could be illuminated or coming to fruition around those themes that are connected to something back the end of March, beginning of April. If not, again, you take what resonates, you leave the rest. But what is interesting about this full moon culminating in that 6th house of daily work and health routines, it's ruled by Mars. And Mars is in its other place of rulership in your 1st house of self. So there's definitely, for a lot of Scorpio risings, I think a very strong connection to how is your work affecting you? How does it make you feel? How does it affect your ability to take independent action towards the things that you do want to move towards, that are part of your long-term goals? How is your health, your wellness, your routines for some of you, and its impacts to the plan of action, the core motivations and desires you have around yourselves, the action you want to take? So there is a very strong connection to this full moon and its impacts to you personally, Scorpio risings. The next thing I want to discuss is October 13th, when Venus enters your Libra 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, behind the scenes, the sleep, the solitude, those things that, we don't typically publicly advertise to the world. So Venus is entering its place of rulership. Venus is home here, very comfortable, has a good amount of strength, resources. So I think this can be a good thing. What's interesting though, is that as Venus enters this 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, the sleep, the solitude, the behind the scenes, it's going to immediately start to apply to a trine, to this Pluto in your Aquarius 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this tells me that for some Scorpio risings, something could be starting to take shape behind the scenes, or maybe you're thinking about something, you're working on something behind the scenes that could have strong connections to a home, family, property, or real estate situation. So some of you might be seeking more solitude, thinking about something, working on subconscious thought patterns, and seeing how that can create more flow and unfolding to something transforming or empowering regarding the foundation of your lives. Now, another thing is this Venus will also trine Uranus in your Gemini 8th house of transformational work, other people's resources, like a partner's resources if applicable, but really those long-term financial themes. So investments, assets, debt, loans, taxes, all that. So this is actually forming a grand trine. Venus is starting to form a grand trine with Uranus and Pluto. So there could be a lot of energy and things flowing behind the scenes, transformational decisions, transformational work, maybe a partner's resources or financial themes that could be playing into something going on regarding a home, relationships with family, property, or real estate. Now, this is a grand trine in air, so it theoretically will be operating on the mental, intellectual realm. So there could be a lot of you could be thinking a lot, sort of intellectually throwing some ideas around. This could really create a lot of mental flow and mental energy around what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on with where you want to go, or unfolding with home, family, property, real estate themes, as well as the innovation or change some of you are seeking regarding finances, a partner's finances, or transformational work. So with this grand trine taking place, I also want to point out that this Venus is going to be opposite Neptune in your Aries 6th house of daily work and health routines. This is actually forming what's called a kite configuration, and this Neptune is technically at the apex. So a lot of this grand trine sort of flow and energy could be channeled or sort of focused theoretically on this Neptune here. Now that's interesting because Neptune can be a little illusionary. However, this Neptune is retrograde. So when Neptune's retrograde, generally speaking, it can be less illusionary, sort of when the veil gets lifted and we start to see a new perspective or a new reality take shape. So whatever is going on, again, behind the scenes, or maybe some of you are really focused on sort of these mental ideas or visions, working on something behind the scenes that could have some play into a financial situation, transformational work, as well as any home, family, property, or real estate themes that could be playing into this situation or being stimulated or flowing around this time. It could have an effect on your overall perspective or reality around your daily work and or health routines. So some of you could start to see that whatever's unfolding or flowing for some of you with this grand trine, you can start to see how it affects or really shifts and changes your perspective on the work that you do, your relationships with coworkers, colleagues, your health, your routines. Now, if this resonates and this is something that really starts to sit with you in a strong way, I want you to take mental note of it, because this Neptune is going to return back to this degree with Saturn in early 2026. I think roughly around February, March of 2026. So this could be the time where the ideas start to take form or start to kind of unfold. Your perspective or reality starts to shift. You start to see something different or have a different sort of perspective on it regarding your work, your health, your routines. And it could be setting the stage for you to come back to in early 2026 to actually sort of shift, dissolve, reconstruct. So some of you could be setting the stage to sort of change something about how you operate with your work, your daily routines, your health, your wellness, relationships with colleagues, coworkers, etc. in early 2026. Now moving on to roughly around October 18th, but really the days leading up to October 18th, the applying aspect is something I like to focus on more. I think that's when people feel it more intensely. So 15, 16, 17, roughly around the 18th, we have Mercury applying to form a conjunction. So joining this Mars in your first house of the self, the physical body, how you want to show up in the world, take independent action, etc. So this is when you could start to see Mercury ruled areas and Mars ruled areas start to merge and they're merging in your first house of self. So a lot of Scorpio risings, you could really start to feel this viscerally. You could start to feel it more personally. And this is where Mercury could start to merge 11th house themes, so social network, long-term goals, as well as your Gemini 8th house of transformational work, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources, if applicable. So some financial themes could start to merge with Mars, which also rules your daily work and health routines. So this is where I think a lot of Scorpio risings, you could start to merge or sort of congeal those long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with, the financial plan or picture that might be playing a part in this, that for some of you might be heavily focused on a health situation to get you there or a work situation. So I think some of you might be shifting your work, shifting your perspective on work, especially with that Neptune at that apex point in that kite configuration. This is where I think a lot of Scorpio risings, you'll start to feel it more viscerally, more personally around the plan of action. Maybe some of you will actually start to communicate that plan of action, your real desires and motivations around the goals you want to go towards, the people you want to surround yourselves with, the financial management or future that is going to get you there. That could have something to do with a health situation or the work that you want to do. So moving on to October 21st, we have this new moon taking place in your Libra 12th house. So new moon in your 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, sleep, dreams, solitude. Definitely pay attention to any vivid dreams you may have around this time, what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on mentally, because this new moon could be a good opportunity to set new intentions, set a new chapter around that vision, around new thought patterns that maybe you want to create a tangible reality with what's unfolded thus far this month. But this new moon could be a wonderful time to set new intentions around sort of what's going on mentally, your thought patterns, how you want to feel internally. Maybe for some of you, it's as simple as sleep, setting new intentions around a sleep schedule, setting more new intentions around, having more time alone, solitude, whatever it may be. So this new moon is ruled by Venus, and Venus is in rulership here in your Libra 12th. So again, this Venus has good amount of strength, resources. This is Venus's home. So Venus can sort of say, hey, here's what I got. Here's some resources. I'm comfortable here. This is my home. I know how to navigate it. I know what we got. So whatever new intentions, new chapters or opportunities you're setting sort of behind the scenes, or maybe mentally around a vision, or just penciling in more time alone or sleep, whatever it may be, those more hidden aspects of your lives that you don't publicly advertise to the world, Venus is there, I think, to help support it and initiate that intention to ultimately cultivate over the coming months. The following day, on October 22nd, that Neptune is going to retrograde back into your Pisces 5th house, the place of joy. So creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable to you. So some of you might be revisiting any loose threads, any last minute things that you want to dissolve, release, that's no longer serving your joy, that's no longer serving your heart's desire. This is nothing new. Neptune's been going through your Pisces 5th house for many years now, so I'm not that worried about it. I honestly, with Neptune leaving your Pisces 5th house officially towards the end of January of 2026, this is really, I'm looking at it like the last few months for Scorpio risings to basically say, hey, what do we want to release? Is there any sort of loose ends, new perspectives that you've gained that you want to kind of do some last minute things regarding creative projects, your self-expression, romantic situations, children, family planning, if that's applicable to you, where Saturn will be there to theoretically help sort of anchor this, or sit here and say, what do you really want to commit to? What do you want to create longevity around? But I think this could be a good time to sort of get very clear on what really brings you joy, what is your heart's desire, creativity, self-expression, anything regarding themes with children, if that's applicable, so that when these two, Saturn and Neptune, make their final ingress into Aries out of this Pisces 5th house, you can sort of progress that into your work, your health, and your routines moving forward. I want to close out the month on October 29th when Mercury is going to enter your Sagittarius 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. Now, this is going to be a different vibe compared to where Mercury's been in Scorpio. So Mercury's going from a deeper water sign to a fire sign. And this Mercury ruling your Virgo 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals could start having some Scorpio risings looking at your long-term goals. Some of you, it could be career related, or it could be some of you looking at who you surround yourselves with, how that impacts your self-worth. Some of you could be looking at long-term financial goals. But what I want to point out is that this Mercury is technically in detriment. So there can be an energy of overexerting. So some of you might sort of get the get up and go, or the extra kick to become really focused on financial goals, financial future, especially after what we've discussed thus far with the potentials around work, long-term finances, maybe a partner's finances that could be coming into play for some of you this month. So I think this is going to kick up the heat in the financial department, particularly because Mercury rules your other financial house, your Gemini 8th house of transformational work, as well as those investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources, etc. So this could be potentially transformational work, self-worth, focusing on who you want to surround yourselves with, anchoring yourselves into your value. But I think this has some strong financial themes connected to it, especially with Mercury ruling the opposite house, this 8th house, as well as this 11th house of long-term goals. So I think some of you might get the get up and go to sort of look at some financial situation. How can you align your long-term goals with that? Maybe any transformational work or big transformational decisions that might be a part of that. But the last thing the second to last things that I want to point out here is that this Mercury will immediately oppose Uranus here in that Gemini 8th house. So Mercury-Uranus can really stimulate the nervous system. And this is an opposition. So oppositions can sometimes feel like we want to be in two different places at once. And some of you might really be heavily focused or feeling like there's a part of you that wants to focus on what you're bringing to the table, your earned income, your self-worth, versus the income that the other part of you might be focused on. Well, what do I do with it? How do I invest it? What's sort of the long-term financial picture here? Or some of you might feel like there's a part of you that wants to focus on your self-worth and sort of taking care of that, versus the part of you that is also trying to think of the larger transformational picture and sort of what that feels like. So oppositions can be challenging, but this one can be very stimulating. This can be really energizing for a lot of us. So it wouldn't surprise me if collectively people just got a little bit more buzzy around this time. But I think this is where sort of the financial picture and the long-term goals could really come into play for Scorpio risings getting closer to the end of October. The last thing I want to discuss with this Mercury is that this Mercury is technically in shadow. So what that means is that Mercury is eventually going to retrograde back to this point. So roughly around November 18th, Mercury is going to return back to this territory around 0 degrees of Sagittarius and oppose Uranus again. So this, whatever is being stimulated, whatever's coming up for some of you around this time, if it's really resonating around this time, definitely take note of it, because Mercury is going to come back to this with a new perspective, reviewing, revising, even perfecting whatever really gets amplified or stimulated around this time as we get deeper into November. So definitely stay tuned for that in November. Hello, Sagittarius risings. So I'm kicking off the month on October 6th when Mercury enters your Scorpio 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, solitude, behind the scenes stuff. Again, the house we don't really publicly advertise to the world. So this one's specifically interesting for Sagittarius risings because Mercury rules your 10th house of career, public recognition, and what brings you fulfillment. So for some Sagittarius risings, I think this could really start to cultivate a time where you're working on something behind the scenes regarding your career projects, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Some of you, this might just be an idea that's going on mentally. It could be a dream, something you meditate on, come up with in solitude, or just be thinking about in solitude. That could be career, business, or public recognition related that you're sort of thinking about, or because this is a Mercury in Scorpio, thinking deeper about. Now, Mercury also rules this Gemini 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships. So some of you, this could be working on something behind the scenes within a marriage, within a personal long-term partnership or professional partnership as well, or just something that you're sort of working on or thinking about behind the scenes with a particular personal or professional partnership, or maybe some of you are thinking about the connections you do want to make or the connections that you do want to magnetize in your lives. And first you're sort of thinking about it or contemplating about it on a deeper level and behind the scenes. So as Mercury's in your Scorpio 12th house, we have this full moon culminating or coming to fruition in your Aries 5th house of joy. Now, this one's interesting because this could be cultivating or illuminating or bringing something to fruition regarding your creativity, a creative project, your self-expression, a romantic situation, children, if applicable to you, anything to do with themes regarding children, that this full moon is ruled by Mars. And Mars is also in that 12th house, in your Scorpio 12th house with Mercury. So whatever's going on behind the scenes, it could be playing a part with something playing out with your children, if applicable. This could be for some of you, especially if you work in creative fields. This could be, especially with Mercury ruling your 10th house of career, your business, your public recognition. For some Sagittarius risings, this could be you working behind the scenes on something creative for career or business. But with this full moon culminating or coming to fruition with anything that brings you joy, those things that bring you joy in your lives, any of those heart's desires. Some of you could be home and family related as well, depending on your MCIC axis. But this definitely looks like for a lot of Sagittarius risings, there's something career related that's going on behind the scenes, or that could involve a personal or professional partnership, as well as any sort of creative endeavor, a romantic situation, or situations playing out with your children, if applicable to you, that could be sort of really playing out behind the scenes. It's not quite visible to the world yet. Now, moving on to October 13th, we have quite a bit I want to discuss with Venus entering your Libra 11th house of friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. So Venus is starting to amp up the area of your social network and your long-term goals. The good news with this is that Venus is in rulership. So Venus is in its own home, well-resourced, good amount of strength, very comfortable here. So this, I think, could really help the social network, the long-term goals. Again, depending on your angles of your chart, this could be career or public recognition related as well for some Sagittarius risings. But what I really want to get into is that as soon as this Venus enters your Libra 11th house, it will start to apply to a trine with Pluto in your Aquarius 3rd house. So whatever's going on with friends, groups, communities, long-term goals, dreams, aspirations, that could be career related for some of you, it could start to dissolve or create a lot of flow towards the transformation and empowerment regarding your communication fields, if that's professional for you, technology, transportation, relationships with siblings, extended family. So really those people, places, and things within your immediate environment. So Venus could be sort of amping up more value and connection to your social network and your long-term goals, and that could consequently sort of help or create flow or opportunity to transforming something with your siblings, extended family, communication fields, technology, transportation, exchanging information. This Venus will also trine Uranus in your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So at the same time, this Venus could also create something going on with social networks, long-term goals, that could be career related, that could create more flow to innovating and changing your connections with others, something within personal or professional partnerships. So this is technically forming a grand trine in air. So a grand trine between your social network, your goals, your partnerships, communication, exchanging information, etc. And this is an air sign, so it's theoretically operating on the mental, intellectual realm. So this could, for some of you, create a lot of ideas, a lot of intellectual stimulation, and that could get the juices flowing between these three areas of your chart. And the other thing I want to point out about this is that this Venus will actually oppose Neptune in your 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children. So it's actually forming what's called a kite configuration. And this Neptune is the apex, the sort of the focal planet, which is interesting because Neptune is quite illusionary. However, Neptune's retrograde. So when Neptune's retrograde, it's sort of like the veil gets lifted. It's less illusionary. We sort of see a new reality or a new perspective take place. So whatever's happening with any themes regarding personal or professional partnerships, goals, social network, communication, exchanging information, maybe situations playing out with siblings and extended family for some of you, it could be sort of stimulating something that's flowing, that is playing into some shift around your perspectives, or sort of shifting the reality around what really brings you joy, what's your heart's desire. It could be shifting your reality or perspective around your creativity, your self-expression, something playing out with children, or themes regarding children. So definitely, if that resonates, if that's something that feels very strongly for you around this time, I would take note of it, because this Neptune in your Aries 5th house of joy is going to return to this point with Saturn in 2026. So this could be setting the stage for sort of the ideas, the happenings, the things flowing, the shift in perspective, the change in reality, where it could be setting the stage for you to actually make that official change, or sort of dissolving what no longer serves, and sort of with Saturn helping you build and restructure that foundation that does at that 0-degree mark in that 5th house of joy. So could be creativity, self-expression, romance, children, if applicable to you. And so we'll get into that in 2026. But if this resonates, definitely take note of it, because it could be setting the stage for something much bigger in 2026. Now, moving on to roughly around October 18th, but I want to focus on the applying aspect because I think that's when people feel it more strongly. So really, I'd say like October 15th, 16th, 17th, really leading up to the 18th, we have Mercury in your Scorpio 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, solitude, dreams, behind the scenes, applying to or joining conjunction with Mars here in this 12th house as well. So this is when you could start to see Mercury ruled areas and Mars ruled areas start to merge behind the scenes. So Mercury ruled areas, we have Virgo, Mercury ruling your Virgo 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, as well as your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. With Mars ruled areas, well, Mars is in rulership, but its other place of rulership is that Aries 5th house of creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable, really joy. What are the things that bring you joy? And again, this could be career, partnership, children, creativity, sort of congealing. It's all coming together, but it's behind the scenes. And I think whatever's playing out for a lot of Sagittarius risings, I think there could be some sort of communicating the core motivation, the core desire, or a plan of action regarding a partnership situation or a career situation that could involve your children, that's applicable to you, or a creative project, or trying to sort of integrate more joy, more self-expression in your lives. And so there's a lot on the table here, but I would definitely pay attention to what you're working on or trying to plan behind the scenes. Then we get to October 21st, and we have this new moon taking place in your Libra 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So I like this new moon at 28 degrees in your Libra 11th house because I think it can provide a lot of Sagittarius risings the opportunity to set new intentions around who you want to surround yourselves with. What's the friends, the groups, the communities that you want to cultivate over the coming months? And this new moon could also help some Sagittarius risings set new intentions and new chapters around your long-term goals that could be career related that you want to cultivate over the coming months. But this new moon is ruled by Venus, and Venus will also be in rulership here. And so I think Venus has the strength and the resources. Venus is comfortable in its own home. And I think that Venus can sort of say, hey, I know how to navigate this house. I have the resources. I have the strengths to sort of help cultivate this new chapter around long-term goals, friends, groups, communities that you really want to cultivate in the coming months. And the following day, on October 22nd, Neptune retrogrades back into that fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. Now, this is nothing new. Neptune has been going through your Pisces fourth house for many years now. However, this is sort of the last hurrah for Neptune, also with Saturn too. But Neptune will officially leave your Pisces fourth house the end of January in 2026. So I think this is sort of the last few months where it's nothing new, most likely, but a lot of Sagittarius risings, you could get the opportunity to tie up loose threads, tie up loose ends regarding anything that's no longer serving you foundationally, anything you want to dissolve, outdated structures, systems, patterns, especially with Saturn there as well, regarding home, family, property, real estate themes. How do you want to, what's a foundation that's really going to set you up for success long-term? Relationships with family, boundaries in those areas as well could be something that is a last minute thing that you explore. Again, it's the last few months of this. I think it's just really an opportunity to tie up loose ends, provide some Sagittarius risings the option to sort of revisit some lingering things that you haven't gotten around to, if that resonates. But this could definitely just be a simple few months of tying up loose ends. Hey, what do you want to release? What's no longer serving? What's the boundaries, structures, and systems that are really going to support you foundationally, support your family, etc. So just think, if there is any lingering things, how that can set you up for success and sort of progress you into focusing on what brings you joy, children, creativity, self-expression, really sort of your heart's desire. So really setting that foundation in place to essentially build the thing that you want for some of you over the next roughly 15 years, as Saturn especially starts to climb up your chart and eventually hit your midheaven. So this could be a great time to just say, hey, any loose cracks in the foundation, what do we want to seal? What really supports me, so that when Saturn and Neptune officially leave this area for good in 2026, you can really focus on the onwards and upwards, essentially. Then when we get to October 29th, I really want to close out the month on October 29th, when Mercury enters your Sagittarius first house of the self, the physical body, how you show up in the world. So Mercury is going from an averse, more hidden house in a deep water sign to a very visible fire sign house, your first house of self. So some of you could really feel that shift viscerally, very personally, where some of you might feel like you really want to communicate something. Maybe you've been working on something behind the scenes and you really want to sort of talk about it or share it. And regardless, again, Mercury rules that 10th house of career, business, public recognition, as well as your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So this could really start to amplify those themes and sort of your place and where you're going with it for some of you. But this Mercury is in detriment. So this Mercury can be very prone to overworking, overexerting itself. And some of you might feel that with it being in your first house of the physical body. But this Mercury is also going to immediately oppose Uranus in your Gemini 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So this could really stimulate you and your connections with others, your personal and professional partnerships, and Mercury-Uranus oppositions can be very stimulating to the nervous system, especially with this being in your first house of the self, of the physical body. And so just be aware of that briefly. But this could really, some Sagittarius risings, you might feel like you have to be in two different places at once. You might feel like some of you want to really focus on communicating what's going on with your career, your business, your public recognition, but also having to attend to something that could be playing out with a personal or professional partnership or the connections you do want to make, innovate, change, etc. So this could definitely create a stimulating situation regarding you versus the other or others in your lives and having to balance that briefly. But I also want to point out that this Mercury is in shadow. So this Mercury is going to, in the coming weeks, go retrograde, and it's going to come back to this degree or around this territory about mid-November. So around, let's say November 18th, Mercury will be back to around this area and opposing Uranus once again. So as we close out October, if there's anything stimulating, if there is anything really starting to amplify, situations come up, be aware that with Mercury coming back and retrograding back to this area, you could be coming back to it. You could be reviewing, revising, or perfecting that situation that starts to amplify towards the end of October, particularly maybe the deeper you get into November, maybe around mid-November. So again, stay open. If there is anything, you could be coming back to it. It could change. It could shift. So just be aware of that as we get to November. But we'll get deeper, more detailed about that as we get into November. But just something I want to point out as we start to close out the month in October, that we could definitely be coming back to something that could be very stimulating for a lot of us as we close out the month in October. Hello, Capricorn Risings. So I'm going to kick off the month on October 6th when Mercury enters your Scorpio 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So really your social network and your long-term goals could be kicked up with Mercury entering here. Now, more specifically, Mercury rules your Virgo 9th house of growth and potential. So some of you could really start to think long-term about knowledge, travel, publishing, teaching, spirituality, really any of those growth and potential themes you could start to think long-term about or create long-term goals involving growth and potential themes. Now, with the 11th house also involving your social network, some of you might be sort of connecting to friends, groups, and communities that might be growth and potential related, sort of maybe seeking deeper connections, especially with Mercury and Scorpio. So those deeper connections to your social network that could be growth and potential related. Now, Mercury also rules your Gemini 6th house of daily work and health routines. So some of you might also be seeking some growth and potential related to your work, the work that you want to do, that could be involved in these long-term goals, that could have growth and potential sort of related. So especially if you teach, you're into publishing, you travel for work, really any of those bigger growth and potential themes that could be involved in your long-term work goals, that could be a definite thing for some of you going on around this time. Mercury ruling the sixth house, which is also health. So if there are sort of health goals, focusing on your health, a wellness situation that could be sort of coming to fruition around this time, or maybe some of you are looking for sort of those long-term solutions to a health situation or a wellness situation that you're seeking more knowledge, growth, and potential towards, that is another possibility. But all in all, Mercury could definitely be integrating sort of the growth and potential regarding a health situation or a work situation, and having you maybe think about it deeper or strategize it in a deeper way. And you'll start to see the puzzle pieces come together with this, because Mars is here, which I'll get to in a moment. But as Mercury is here, entering your Scorpio 11th house, we have this full moon culminating at the same time in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So whatever is sort of energized, coming to fruition, being illuminated regarding home, family, people you live with, property or real estate themes around this time, it could be shifting sort of the situation with your long-term goals, your social network. Now, the ruler of this full moon is Mars, and Mars is also here in your Scorpio 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals. So it's interesting with Capricorn risings around this time, because it seems like some of you are thinking about the bigger picture. You're thinking about the growth and potential, your own health, your own work, but then simultaneously, there is this foundational part of your chart in this life that's really coming to life. It's really being illuminated, that is somehow also connected to what's going on with your social network or your long-term goals around this time. So again, this full moon is the sun and moon, if you're watching the sun and moon in opposition. So this could really be energizing situations playing out with career versus home and family, and sort of having to balance those two worlds while you're simultaneously looking at and the growth and potential that's going to set your routines up for success, how to take care of your health, how to take care of the work that you want to do, and maybe formulate some plan of action or strategy around the long-term goal, around sort of the dream or aspiration that some of you might be focused on around this time, that could be very much home, family, property, real estate related. So moving on to October 13th, we have quite a bit I want to discuss with Venus entering your Libra 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment if career is not really a thing in your life right now. So Venus is entering its place of rulership. Venus is home here. Good amount of essential dignity, good amount of resources and strength. So this is a good thing. I think this could help sort of the career, the business, the public recognition for some of you around this time, particularly because when Venus enters this Libra 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, Venus will immediately start to apply to a trine with Pluto in your Aquarius 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So whatever's going on with career, public recognition with Venus, maybe you're focused on creating more value, more connection to whatever it is that's going on with career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. It somehow could play a part in maybe dissolving obstacles or creating more flow to transforming and empowering your finances, your self-worth as well. Now, Venus will also be forming a trine with Uranus in your Gemini 6th house of daily work or health routines. So this could also be somehow supporting the flow to innovating and changing your routines to really set you up for success and balance your own health and the work that you want to do. So this is technically forming a grand trine in air. So grand trine in air signs, operating theoretically on the mental, intellectual realm. So a lot of this could be mental ideas sort of flowing, sort of setting the stage for maybe the ideas that you want to take action on, that you want to flow. So this could definitely, again, grand trines can create even more flow and unfolding. And for you, this is going to be in the department of career, business, public recognition, your finances, your health, work routines. So this Venus is opposite Neptune in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So yes, it is a grand trine, but because Venus is opposing this Neptune here at 0 degrees in your Aries 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, it's actually forming what's called a kite configuration. And this is putting Neptune at the apex, the focal point. Now that's interesting because Neptune is a little illusionary. However, this Neptune is retrograde. And when Neptune is retrograde, it's less illusionary. It's sort of the time where the veil gets lifted, you take on a new perspective, or you see a new reality even take shape. So with this grand trine, whatever is flowing, whatever is really happening involving career, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment, seeking ways to transform and empower your finances, your self-worth, as well as innovate and change a health situation or your daily work routine situation. It could be fueling the ideas or the situations that's unfolding around this time to shifting your perspective or reality around the foundation that really supports you, the foundation that you really want, the shifting the perspective and reality around home, family, property, real estate themes in your lives. Now, if this is something that really starts to unfold and it really resonates around this time, I want you to pay attention to it and take note of it, because this Neptune is going to return back to this degree with Saturn early 2026, roughly around like February, March of 2026. But we'll get to that in 2026. And that could be the point where whatever is sort of setting the stage, whatever's unfolding around this time, could actually be setting the stage for what you're really going to shift, dissolve, restructure, release come early 2026 regarding your living situation, relationships with family, again, home, family, property, real estate themes as we get into 2026. Now, let's see. I'd say as we get closer to October 18th, so like October 15th, 16th, 17th, I like to focus more on the applying aspect because I think that's when people feel it more intensely. So as we're leading up to October 18th, roughly, this is when Mercury in your Scorpio 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals is going to apply to Mars in this area. So this is where Mercury ruled areas and Mars ruled areas in your chart can start to merge and somehow play into your long-term goals, your social network, etc. So again, Mercury ruled areas. Mercury rules your 9th house of growth and potential. So this could involve publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, higher knowledge, higher education. That could be playing a part in some plan of action, desire, motivation involved with this long-term goal. And Mercury also rules this Gemini 6th house of daily work and or health routines. So some of you could really start to push towards some plan of action regarding a health situation or a work situation that's playing into your long-term goal or who you want to surround yourselves with. But what's particularly interesting is that this Mars rules your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, and it's in its other place of rulership in Scorpio. So it's very comfortable here. It's very well resourced to be precise and accurate in figuring out that plan of action regarding the long-term goal. So whatever's going on with growth and potential, work, or health, this could really be playing a part in the plan of action, not only involving the people you want to surround yourselves with or the long-term goal, but it could also be heavily related to a home, family, property, or real estate situation that some of you are figuring out, creating a plan of action that supports your health, supports your work, supports those growth and potential themes, and most importantly, those long-term goals. As we get to October 21st, that's when we have this new moon take place in your Libra 10th house of career and public recognition. So this could be the time, as what has transpired throughout the month for you, Capricorn Rising. This could be the time where you sort of, again, Mercury, Mars conjunct, combining the growth and potential, the health, the work, the long-term goals, and the foundation, the home, family, property, real estate situation involved with this plan of action for some of you, or the foundation that's really going to support the long-term goals, the growth and potential, the health, the work, where now you get to have this new moon setting new intentions, a new chapter, or a new opportunity towards the career, the business, the public recognition, or what feels more fulfilling to you, where this new moon could help you sort of set the stage to what you really want to cultivate regarding career, public recognition, what feels fulfilling to you, where the ruler of this new moon and the ruler of your 10th house is Venus. And Venus is in rulership. This is Venus's home. And Venus has the strength, comfortable resources to, I think, help provide this new moon a little bit of strength and the ability to set those new intentions that you really want to cultivate involving career, public recognition, and what brings you fulfillment. The following day on October 22nd, that is when Neptune retrogrades back into this third house of communication. So communication could be professional, so communication fields, if that resonates with you, if that's something that is a thing in your everyday lives. So communication, personal or professional, exchanging information, short distance travel, situations with siblings, extended family, transportation, technology, again, personal or professional, those people, places, and things within your everyday environment, where this Neptune, it's nothing new. You've been dealing with Neptune going through Pisces for many years now. This is Neptune's last couple months here. So Neptune's going to make its final exit out of this area for good towards the end of January 2026. So I'm looking at this as nothing new. Some of you might be revisiting things that you've already sort of traversed, you've already sort of dealt with. But this could be the last couple months to say, hey, tying up loose ends, dissolving anything that you maybe you didn't get around to, or maybe you really want to focus on. And so Saturn will be here in this Pisces third house as well. I think helping sort of restructure or sort of create those Saturnian boundaries, structures, systems that can support the dissolution or sort of the change in reality or perspective around communication, exchanging information, technology, transportation, relationships with siblings, extended family, etc. So again, this is just sort of, I think, wrapping up loose ends, wrapping up this very long journey that Neptune has had here. And whatever's going on with communication, again, personal or professional, technology, transportation, relationships with siblings, extended family, really anything in your neighborhood, your community, this could be sort of setting the stage for that natural progression into this fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this could be sort of the tying up of loose ends, wrapping up this story to help progress the Saturn-Neptune journey into how you want to integrate these things within the foundation that really supports it, the foundation that really supports you. Again, looking at the cracks in the foundation and how maybe some of you in the coming years can start to develop or build that foundation that's really going to support you personally, because Saturn does rule your first house of the physical body, the self, and how you want to take independent action in the world. But we'll get to that in 2026. For now, Neptune's wrapping up the journey in Pisces. So again, any of those third house themes, you could sort of dissolve, take a new reality, a new perspective around. If it resonates, if it's there. If not, again, take what resonates, leave the rest. I want to close out the month on October 29th when Mercury enters your Sagittarius 12th house of the subconscious, dreams, solitude, behind the scenes work. Really, I think of the 12th house as hidden house. It's what we don't really publicly advertise with the world. It's sort of what we're thinking and feeling and sort of, behind the scenes. So with Mercury entering this area, I think there's a lot of layers here. One, Mercury rules that Virgo 9th house of growth and potential. So some of you could quite literally be working on something behind the scenes or in solitude involving education, publishing, teaching, traveling. It's really any growth and potential themes I've listed, even ones I didn't. What are the growth and potential themes for you specifically that could be career related, where you could be really thinking about or working on behind the scenes? If that resonates, I want to point out Mercury is in detriment. So this tells me that you could be overworking or overexerting yourselves on something related to growth and potential, or with Mercury ruling the 6th house of daily work or health routines, some of you could be working on a health situation or focusing on your health in solitude, really sort of maybe overexerting yourselves or hyper focused or hyper fixated on getting to the bottom of a health situation or a work situation that again could be related to those growth and potential themes I've listed or even not listed. Again, what growth and potential means to you. The other thing I want to point out is that Mercury will immediately oppose Uranus here in your Gemini 6th house of daily work and health routines. So Mercury-Uranus oppositions can be very stimulating. It can be very stimulating to the nervous system. So with this being on your 6th and 12th house axis, this can definitely stimulate the mind and the body. So definitely be aware of your sleep schedule, how much you're resting, sort of your routines, setting your routines up for success as best as you possibly can. Again, we live in a busy, crazy world. I get it. But this can be really stimulating to sort of work, health, travel, again, publishing, teaching, higher knowledge, higher education, even career, public recognition for some of you. So this could be a very stimulating, busy time for a lot of Capricorn risings. And the last thing I want to point out with this is that Mercury is technically in shadow. So Mercury is going to go retrograde in the coming weeks and actually return back to this territory that it is at here roughly around November 18th. So if there's anything that really amplifies or starts to take place towards the end of October, just be aware that with Mercury coming back to this territory, you could review, revise, and even perfect it the deeper you get into November. So definitely stay tuned for that next month. Hello, Aquarius Risings. So let's kick off the month when Mercury enters your Scorpio 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment on October 6th. So Mercury entering this area, we have Mercury ruled areas potentially sort of being integrated with the work that you do, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So Mercury rules your Virgo 8th house of transformational work, transformational decisions, as well as those long-term financial themes. So investments, assets, debt, loans, resources, partners' resources, if applicable. So some of you could be looking into investing in the work that you do, investing in your public recognition, or investing in those things that bring you more fulfillment. Mercury also rules your Gemini 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. But I like to think of the 5th house as the heart's desire. What do we really desire? What really brings us joy? And that can be so different from person to person. So this could really amplify creativity, self-expression. Again, those things that bring you joy. If you work with children, this could also be something that comes up around this time. But Mercury entering this 10th house, ruling this 5th house, some of you could really be focused on maybe integrating more joy in the work that you do, more joy in your public recognition, and sort of integrating the things that bring you fulfillment and how that maybe brings you joy. So I think this could be a time where you're looking at finances, maybe making some transformational decisions and looking at sort of creativity, self-expression, those things that bring you joy, and how maybe you can start to go deeper into how you can integrate that even more in your career, business, or public recognition, if that's something you desire or resonates around this time. When Mercury enters your Scorpio 10th house, we have this full moon culminating in your Aries 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family. Again, communication, technology, transportation could be professional or it could be personal. And so again, some of you who work in communication fields, technology, transportation, this could definitely be illuminating something or bringing something to life or fruition that could be career or public recognition as well, with Mercury entering that area. So the ruler of this full moon is Mars, and Mars is in its other place of rulership in that 10th house of career and public recognition. So this is also, to me, integrating some communication fields, exchanging information, short distance travel, technology that could be sort of integrated or somehow playing a part in the plan of action, motivation regarding your career, your business, your public recognition. So there's a lot more when you start peeling back the layers, I think, here, with what's going on with what feels fulfilling, career, public recognition for a lot of Aquarius risings as you go into October, where this full moon is also connected to the new moon solar eclipse that happened on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might actually be able to think back to the end of March, beginning of April. What was really being initiated? What were you thinking about? What did you want to start or really cultivate that now could be really coming to fruition or being illuminated around this time? Now, if it's not career related, it could be more personal related. So definitely pay attention to siblings, extended family, neighbors, community, even home and family for some of you. That something could be really culminating around this time that somehow affects or plays into a plan of action regarding what you do in the world, your visibility, and what feels fulfilling to you. Now, moving on to October 13th, there's quite a bit I want to discuss with that, with Venus entering your Libra 9th house of growth and potential. So this could be higher knowledge, continuing education, spirituality, truth, belief, publishing, teaching. So really those bigger picture growth and potential themes that could be career related for some of you. This Venus is in rulership. So this Venus is home, very comfortable, good amount of resources, good amount of strength. And this Venus is actually going to start to apply to form a trine with this Pluto in your first house. So some of you might start to think about those growth and potential themes, or any growth and potential themes that really are specific to you that somehow can be playing a part with unfolding or flowing towards the transformation and empowerment you want to make to yourselves, your physical body, ability to take independent action towards the things that you really love and value with Venus here. But what's interesting is that Venus rules this 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So home, relationships with family, people you live with, might actually provide some value or some ability for you to maybe look at this growth and potential area of your lives and how that can sort of naturally flow to the empowerment and transformation you really want to step into how do you want to change? How do you want to present yourself to the world, etc.? Now, this Venus is also going to form a trine with Uranus in your Gemini 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children. So some of you might be also seeing some flow or change to potentially gearing up for some innovation and change to your creativity, your self-expression, even situations with children, if that's applicable to you. But this is actually forming a grand trine. So Venus in that 9th house of growth and potential, which could be career related, Pluto in that 1st house of self, and Uranus in that 5th house of creativity, joy, children, self-expression, again, heart's desire, is in this grand trine configuration in air. So this is really very mentally stimulating, intellectually stimulating, where there can be a lot of ideas, a lot of things flowing, that this Venus is opposing Neptune at 0 degrees in this 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, etc. So whatever is starting to maybe be intellectually stimulated, really start to unfold in the area of creativity, joy, children, growth and potential, and its effects on transforming you and how you want to operate and be seen in the world. Neptune is actually forming what's called a kite configuration with this grand trine. And that puts Neptune at the apex or the focal point, which is interesting because Neptune is quite illusionary. However, this Neptune is retrograde. So when Neptune is retrograde, it is generally less illusionary. It tends to lift the veil. We tend to see like a new reality or a new perspective take shape or take form. So with whatever could be really flowing and unfolding in these areas, Neptune could really be setting the stage for a lot of Aquarius risings to sort of see a new reality, see a new perspective around communication fields, technology, transportation, short distance travel. Maybe it's relationships, maybe it's more personal. So relationships with family, siblings, extended family. And so if you start to see some flow and some shift around sort of the growth and potential you really want to step into in 2026, that innovation and change to your creativity, your self-expression, even maybe situations with children or themes regarding children, if that's applicable to you, and sort of that empowerment and transformation you want to step into through those themes out in the world personally, this Neptune could really help sort of provide a new perspective or like shift your perspective on what is really unfolding around this time. And if that really resonates around this time, if you really start to see that, I would take note of it, because this Neptune is actually going to return back to the 0 degree point in your Aries 3rd house of communication with Neptune. So with what's unfolding right now, it could actually be setting the stage, like the ideas, what you really value, what you want to innovate and change, what you want to transform and empower, and how you maybe want to pour that into communication, exchanging information, technology, short distance travel, family, siblings, extended family. Again, some of you might be more professional, some of you might be more personal, but this could really be setting the stage right now for what's to come in early 2026, roughly around February, March 2026, where Neptune will return back to this degree and Saturn is going to join Neptune here to, I think, really kick off what might be sort of unfolding, or maybe right now just be the idea or the thought that could actually become something that you kick off or make sort of a tangible reality as you get into the first couple months of 2026. So really, really interesting. I think it's very subtle, but I think it could be the start of something that we really start to see unfold the first couple months of 2026. And for you, really interesting where it's really, I think, building the creativity, the self-expression, maybe integrating more of what brings you joy, more of your heart's desire through 3rd house themes potentially for some of you. So I think that will be really interesting come the first couple months of 2026 to see what some of you might actually be starting or kicking off. As we get closer to October 18th, again, I like to focus more on the applying aspect. I think that's where most people feel it more strongly. But as we get closer to October 18th, some of you might feel this around October 15th, 16th, 17th, roughly. We have Mercury applying to a conjunction. So joining Mars in your 10th house of career, public recognition, and what brings you fulfillment. So this is where you can start to see Mercury ruled areas and Mars ruled areas start to sort of congeal or merge in the area of career and public recognition. So this is where Mercury ruling that 8th house of transformation, again, long-term financial themes, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources, etc., as well as Mercury ruling this 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you, could really start to infuse or merge those themes into some plan of action with career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So some of you might be looking at a financial situation to look into your creativity, your self-expression, and how maybe you want to take a plan of action with integrating that with what brings you more fulfillment, or integrating that within your career, your business, your public recognition. Excuse me. But Mars is in rulership here. So this Mars in Scorpio, I think, is generally well equipped in being precise and accurate with that plan of action. And Mars also rules this Aries 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, technology, transportation, short distance travel, siblings, extended family. So for some of you, those 3rd house themes could be part of the plan of action. Maybe some extended family or just family is sort of helping you supporting you with this plan of action, providing you something for this plan of action. Communication, technology, short distance travel could be part of the plan of action or core motivation and desire with your career, your business, your public recognition, or focusing on those things that bring you more fulfillment. So this could definitely be merging sort of those 3rd house themes, the plan of action, the financial themes, as well as creativity, self-expression, or children sort of coming together. Really, any of those themes that resonate could be really merging and playing a part with the plan of action you're taking with your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment around this time. The new moon on October 21st, let me get this a little bit more exact if you're watching. So this new moon on October 21st takes place in that Libra 9th house of growth and potential. So I think this is where a lot's unfolded throughout the month for some Aquarius risings. And again, you'll notice if you're watching, the Mercury and Mars is a lot more exact on this day as well. So whatever's taking place with career, business, public recognition, for a lot of you, you could be really setting new intentions, new plans, new chapters, and new opportunities around the growth and potential that's going to support that plan of action, that's going to support the things that, bring you more fulfillment. Now, this new moon, generally speaking, could just be a great time to set new intentions around travel, higher knowledge, spirituality, truth, belief, publishing, teaching. So for some of you, it could be more career related, but some of you it could be more personal. Either way, this is a great time to set a new chapter around that, whether it is personal or professional. And because Venus will also be in rulership. Venus rules this new moon, and it is also home here. So I think whatever new intention or new chapter, new plan that you really want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months around those growth and potential themes that really resonate with you personally, this Venus is well resourced. It has a good amount of strength. It's very comfortable here to sort of support this new beginning, in my opinion. I want to close out the month on October 29th, October 29th, when Mercury enters your Sagittarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So Mercury is in detriment here, which is just a big scary word for, in my opinion, just overexerting, overworking itself. So some of you might be socializing a lot, stepping into a time where you're trying to expand your social network, you're trying to make more connections, you're really focused on your long-term goals. And again, that Mercury is overexerting. It's prone to overexerting. And this Mercury is also opposite Uranus in your 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, etc. So Mercury-Uranus oppositions can be really stimulating to the nervous system. It's an opposition, so some of you might feel like you want to be in 2 different places at once. Some of you might feel like you really want to focus on the larger social network, groups, communities, or the bigger long-term goals that you may have, while simultaneously feeling like the part of you that wants to innovate and change something creatively, self-expression, something with children if applicable, really those heart's desire, what's bringing you joy area of your lives. So you could feel sort of that tug of war between those 2 areas. But the 5th and the 11th house are social houses. The 11th house is like the clubhouse. The 5th house is sort of the room where you want to hang out with the closer friends in the clubhouse. So generally, just a very sort of mundane, everyday interpretation of this could be just a really stimulating time socially. So some of you could just be closing out October, going into November with a lot of plans, a lot communicating, a lot sort of, being pulled in 2 different directions where there's just a lot going on with your connections with others, your goals, sort of things playing out creatively, self-expression, or things playing out with your children that also need to be attended to. That could just be a very stimulating time. The last thing I want to point out with this is that Mercury is technically in shadow. So whatever comes up around this time, if something does come up, really plays out, or you start to feel that stimulating time that this potentially could bring up for some of you, this Mercury is in shadow. So Mercury is going to go retrograde and actually come back to this area. So if anything comes up towards the end of October, very beginning of November, Mercury is going to retrograde back to this area around November 18th. So if something does come up, definitely take note of it. See where things might be reviewed, revised, or even perfected with what transpires around this time that you could be coming back to the deeper you get into November. So definitely stay tuned for that as we get into November. Hello, Pisces Risings. So I'm going to start off the month on October 6th when Mercury enters your Scorpio 9th house of growth and potential. So this could be travel, spirituality, higher knowledge, continuing education, publishing, teaching. This could even be career related for some of you, depending on the angles of your chart. But Mercury rules your Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you could be sort of dealing with a home, family, property, real estate situation, and it's playing a part in sort of the growth and potential you're seeking. So there's actually a lot on the table here. Some of you could literally be looking at travel plans with your family. Some of you could be looking at continuing your education, sort of publishing, teaching, etc., any of those growth and potential themes that the home, family, property, real estate are affecting or sort of playing a part in. Some of you could be looking at international living, or because Mercury, the 9th house is international travel. It's long distance travel. So some of you could be looking at long distance travel related to a living situation, a relocation, home, family, overseas, or long distance travel regarding that. So there's a lot on the table with how the home, family, property, real estate is playing a part with those growth and potential themes. Now, as Mercury enters your Scorpio 9th house, we have this full moon culminating in your Aries 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So something could be really illuminated or culminating or coming to fruition around your earned income, material possessions, or self-worth. And that could be connected to something that you initiated with the new moon that took place here on March 29th, 2025. So some of you might actually be able to think back to the end of March, beginning of April. What were you thinking about? What were you trying to initiate, cultivate, whatever it was that you could really see come to life or bring to fruition that could play a part in your finances, your self-worth, your innate talents, gifts, etc. Now, the ruler of this full moon is Mars, and Mars is also in that Scorpio 9th house of growth and potential. So this tells me that there could be financial themes playing a part in some sort of growth and potential theme. So financial themes playing a part with travel plans, long distance travel, knowledge, spirituality, publishing, teaching. Again, for some of you, it could be career, public recognition related, where again, Mercury rules this Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. And so the foundation of your life could be a major component or be playing a major part in this plan of action regarding finances or sort of, again, travel plans, career, public recognition, growth and potential themes. But for some of you, this actually might involve a partnership. Now, a personal or professional partnership, because Mercury rules the 7th house of personal or professional partnership, including marriage. So there's so much coming to life, specifically for Pisces risings, in my opinion, where it looks like some of you could be working on something within a personal or professional partnership that might be playing a part in this home, family, property, real estate situation that also has some financial themes integrated within it, that some Pisces risings, I think, could be looking at travel or maybe internationally moving or relocating or looking at going back to school, sort of continuing your education. Or maybe for some of you, you could be looking into higher knowledge or continuing education for family members, children even, again, people you live with. So this could be really strong themes regarding that. But this Mars rules this full moon and it's in its other place of rulership. And this Mars in Scorpio, this is the plan of action. This is the core motivation. This is the desire. So whatever it is you're really looking to do regarding growth and potential, that for some of you might have to be considered with the partnership, personal or professional, as well as the financial themes. The Mars in Scorpio, I think, is good because it's very precise and accurate in trying to figure out the plan of action here. And the Mars in Scorpio is really good at figuring out a way when at first glance it may look like there's not an option or a way. So I think this Mars in Scorpio could be really helpful for a lot of Pisces risings to really get down to what the plan of action is, how can we be very precise and accurate financially, even with this, or sort of really looking at the financial budget for what we're doing with education, what we're doing with travel, international travel, even for some of you, spirituality, publishing, teaching, again, could be career related for some of you as well. That again, something about home, family, property, or real estate themes, as well as the area of partnership could be really heavily involved in the mix with this. Now, as we get to October 13th, we have quite a bit to discuss with Venus entering your Libra 8th house of transformational work or long-term financial themes. So investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources. So again, this could be highlighting additional financial themes this month for Pisces rising. And this Venus is going to immediately start to apply to a trine with Pluto in your Aquarius 12th house of the subconscious thought patterns, solitude, dreams, again, behind the scenes stuff. So this Venus could be sort of bringing up or even communicating, because Venus does rule your Taurus 3rd house of communication, exchanging information. So some of you could be sort of starting to communicate or exchange information regarding a financial situation, a partner's resources, transformational work that's playing a part in some sort of transformation or empowerment going on behind the scenes with your thought patterns, your overall vision, where this Venus is also forming a trine with Uranus here in your Gemini 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you could really be starting to communicate and exchange information, probably more so behind the scenes regarding financial situations, transformational work, sort of what's going on behind the scenes that could be playing a part as well with what's going on with home, family, property, and real estate, and any innovation or change you're thinking about or wanting to make in that area. So this is actually forming a grand trine in air signs. So grand trines in air signs can create a lot of flow. It's basically a closed system where there's just a lot flowing. It's dissolving the obstacles. It's just a lot is going on. And for you, it's regarding the foundation of your chart and thus your life, financial themes, transformational work, and sort of what's playing out behind the scenes. Where do you want to really transform and empower your thought patterns, your vision, sort of what's going on behind the scenes or in solitude for you. That could be playing a part with this home, family, property, real estate situation, as well as how that might be playing into investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, or any transformational work some of you might be focused on around this time. Now, this Venus is also opposite this Neptune at 0 degrees in your Aries 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So this is actually forming what's called a kite formation, where we have a grand trine, and then this Neptune is the apex planet. And it's sort of the focal point. And that's interesting because Neptune is very illusionary. And this Neptune at the apex is sort of theoretically providing some focus. And this is in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. And this Neptune is retrograde. So it's actually, generally speaking, less illusionary. And so when Neptune is retrograde, it's less illusionary. It's sort of when the veil gets lifted. Some of us could get a new reality or a new perspective around the situation. So with whatever's going on behind the scenes, maybe you're working on innovating or changing something regarding your living situation, again, home, family, property, real estate, as well as looking at sort of financial resources, as well as what's going on behind the scenes mentally and its effects on you, even mentally. This Neptune at the apex could be shifting your reality and perspective around what is really unfolding around this time, and how it's shifting your perspective and reality around your finances, your self-worth, etc. Now, if things really start to unfold and flow around this time, and you are starting to see sort of a shift or a new reality take place around money, finances, self-worth, definitely take note of it, because this Neptune is going to return back to this degree roughly around February 2026. And Saturn will join this Neptune here to sort of help sort of rebuild. But we'll get to that in 2026. So definitely take note of it, because with Neptune returning back to this area, that's when whatever is unfolding or starting to sort of flow around this time and shift your perspective or reality around finances, material possessions, even your self-worth, your innate gifts, talents, etc. You could be coming back to that and really starting to work on creating that tangible sort of reality around it. So again, this could all be mental. This could all be ideas floating around and starting to fold, but it could actually be the thing that sort of starts to take shape and form as Saturn joins Neptune at this 0 degree mark in your second house of earned income and self-worth in the first few months of 2026. Now, moving on to, well, as we get closer to October 18th, let's say October 15th, 16th, 17th, really around the 18th, I like to focus more on the applying aspects. I think that's when people feel it more intensely. So this is where around October 18th, I'm on October 17th if you're watching, this Mercury is going to apply to a conjunction. It's going to start to merge with this Mars here in your Scorpio 9th house of growth potential. So again, growth and potential, what is specific to you, but it could be publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, truth, belief, really those bigger picture growth and potential themes that could be career related for some of you. And this is when Mercury ruled areas and Mars ruled areas start to merge and sort of take place in this growth and potential area. So Mercury rules your 7th house of partnerships. Mercury also rules your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. And Mars rules your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So again, we have partnerships, again, long-term partnerships, whether they're personal or professional in your lives, or the partnerships you want to attract, your connections with others. So partnerships, home, family, property, real estate, merging with financial themes regarding your growth and potential. So this is where the sort of connection between partnership themes or what's playing out with home, family, property, real estate themes could really start to merge and take place with that plan of action, your core motivations, desires, plan of action around getting really precise around even the financial budget, the financial plans. And that could be playing a part with travel, international travel, higher education, continuing education, spirituality, publishing, teaching. Again, could be career related for some of you as this sort of starts to merge and take place. This could also be the time where you start to communicate that plan of action in a deeper way and get really clear on communicating the core motivations and desires around this plan of action that could be taking place for some of you around this time. On October 21st, we have this new moon taking place in your Libra 8th house of transformation or those long-term financial themes. So for some of you, this could be a good time to set new intentions around transformational work, transformational decisions that you really want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months, more specifically. Or some of you, this could be really setting new intentions, new chapters, planting new seeds for the investments, assets, debt, loans. So again, if you're watching, you see Mercury and Mars joined at the same degree, the same day this new moon takes place. So for some of you, whatever you're focused on, whether it's education themes, travel, spirituality, publishing, teaching, or any growth and potential themes that you're focused on around this time, that again could be integrating those Mercury ruled areas or Mars ruled areas like finance, partnership, home, family, property, real estate. This new moon could actually be really helping you set that new chapter financially to support whatever growth and potential themes you're sort of looking at. And so I think this could really set the intention or chapter around cultivating sort of the finances, the loans, the resources necessary to do what it is you want to do for some of you. And what I like about this new moon is that this new moon is ruled by Venus, and Venus is also in rulership. So Venus is home here. This new moon is in Venus's home. Venus has good strength, good resources, good essential dignity. And so I think Venus has the ability to navigate this new moon and support this new moon, whether it's through your transformational work that some of you could be focused on, or setting this new intention around a financial situation that I think could be playing a part with this growth and potential situation really being activated this month for Pisces risings. The following day, on October 22nd, that's when Neptune is going to retrograde back into your Pisces first house of the self, the physical body, how you show up in the world, etc. This is nothing new. Neptune has been going through your Pisces first house for many years now. So I think this is sort of wrapping up Neptune's story and journey here. Neptune will officially leave and not return back to your Pisces first house starting the end of January 2026. So it'll be a very, very long time before Neptune returns to Pisces. So we don't need to worry about that right now. But this is sort of the tying up of loose ends, sort of closing out that Neptune story in your first house. Again, this for the next couple of months could be an opportunity, if you want to take it, to sort of dissolve anything that's no longer serving you, dissolve any outdated patterns, structures, especially with Saturn here. What's no longer serving your physical body? What's no longer serving your ability to take independent action? What no longer serves your identity and the direction you want to go? And so this could be the last few months to sort of tie up loose ends regarding any of those themes, and think about how that can help progress you into this Aries second house, where the Saturn Neptune is eventually going to make its final ingress into that Aries second house, where maybe tying up loose ends or really getting clear on what no longer serves your identity, how you want to show up in the world, your appearance, your physical body, and how that can naturally progress you into your self-worth, your value, and even sort of your finances, your whole value system starting in 2026 onward. I want to close out the month on October 29th, when Mercury enters your Sagittarius 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this Mercury is in detriment in Sagittarius. So it's just a big, scary word, in my opinion, for overworking. So some of you, after some time, especially with what's transpired this month, where maybe some of you are getting really clear on the plan of action, where you want to go, what to do. Maybe you're looking at the financial situation, the home, family, property, real estate situation as well for some of you. When Mercury enters Sagittarius, I think you're going to feel a lot different. This is where I think some of you might start to feel a little bit more fire, a little bit more stimulation. And Mercury, again, rules this Gemini fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate, and it will oppose Uranus here in this fourth house as well. So I actually think that this Mercury-Uranus opposition can be very stimulating to the career, home, and family axis in your chart. So Mercury-Uranus can be very stimulating to the nervous system. So as you sort of close out October, some of you might be feeling like you want to be in two places at once. Some of you might feel like you have to sort of attend to the career situation, but also balance it with the innovation and change to the home, family, property, real estate situation. So there could be a lot going on. These are angular houses. So for some of you, depending on your natal chart, it could initiate change to you, but also personal and professional partnerships with what is being stimulated around this time. The last thing I want to mention with this Mercury up here is that Mercury is technically in shadow. So Mercury is going to eventually retrograde back to this area, specifically around these degrees, roughly around November 18th. So if something comes up, if things start to really stimulate around this time, as you close out October or the first couple days of November, or really even into November, I'd say the end of October, beginning of November, depending on the degrees and orbs, if things start to really stimulate and really get amplified around this time, definitely take note of it, because Mercury is going to retrograde back to this area and provide some of us the opportunity to review, revise, and perfect what transpires around the end of October into November. So definitely stay tuned for that next month.